it's marked for identification as States Exhibit 16. Do
Ah.
you recognize this photo?
Entonces, esta es la imagen 3006. ¿Usted reconoce esta foto? Yes.
Okay, I wanted to actually get the digital version of them too. Okay. 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 Okay, I'm fine to do it both ways. I just want to make sure he was familiar with the contents of this, because I'm going to show you 5 other images as well.
Le voy a mostrar otras 4 imágenes o 5 imágenes también.
For the record, it's image 3007.
I don't think the jury is able to hear anything that you're saying.
Okay. For the record, it's image 3007,
Para el registro es imagen 3007,
3008,
3008,
3009,
3009,
3010,
3010
and 3011.
y 3011.
Are those all photos that you took?
¿Esas son todas las fotos que usted tomó?
Sí.
Yes.
They all appear to be fair and accurate representations of the propane tanks in the area surrounding the propane tanks on Wednesday, April 20th, 2022.
Y entonces estas fotos aparecen de que son las fotos de que usted tomó en los del tanques de propano el abril 20 del 2022.
And
Yes.
permission to publish.
El permiso para publicarlos.
Granted. And is this
Aceptado.
this is a separately marked exhibit?
This
Este
is
es un-
yes, and this is apologize, Your Honor, I'm asking to
siento.
admit what's previously marked for identification as States Exhibit 16 into evidence as a full exhibit, Exhibit 16, striking the identification, and I would.
Any
also-
any objection to 16 being marked as a full exhibit?
¿Alguna objeción que la 16 sea prueba material?
Because the digital copy actually has more information.
Oh,
He has the copy.
then more information than just the
You know, there's the file information.
oh.
Detective can testify regarding the file information that's contained with the images, but the images themselves, I think.
So I'm okay, but as long as it's going to be later, somebody's going to come in and talk. So it'll come with that caveat that there'll need to be further testimony about that other information for if that doesn't come in, then the digital copy will no longer be a full exhibit.
If I can ask the convention, I have the hard copies of these same
Yeah,
images.
sure, yeah.
And I'd ask to move to admit those as well, that those are marked for identification as States Exhibit 71.
Do you want to show them to him first before we? Yeah, absolutely. So, subject to the discussion that I just had at the bench with counsel, Exhibit 16 is a full exhibit.
El 16 va a ser una prueba material completa.
I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 71. Would you look at those as well and
Les-
tell me if you recognize them?
Señor Medina, le estoy mostrando la prueba material de la Fiscalía 71. ¿Pueden verlos y me puede por favor decir si usted los reconoce?
Sí.
Yes.
Sí.
Yes.
Are those hard copies of the same digital images you just looked at?
Esas son las copias físicas de las mismas imágenes digitales que usted acabó de ver.
Sí.
Do
Yes.
they appear to be fair and accurate representations of the same area?
Es una representación justa de la misma área. Yes.
I'd move to admit what's marked for identification as States Exhibit 71 and evidence as a full exhibit, States Exhibit 71, striking the identification.
Any objection? 71 is a full exhibit.
¿Alguna objeción? Gracias, Olivia.
He's got it in it. I think that the monitor would like to just have the sleeve.
Yes.
Thank you.
We do have Exhibit 71 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
members
Voy
of the jury.
a publicar las fotos de que yo le acabo de mandar a las miembros del jurado.
And for the record, this is image 3011. Do you recognize this image, Mr. Medina?
¿Usted reconoce estas imágenes, señor Medina?
Sí,
Yes.
Could you describe for the members of the jury what it is?
¿Usted le puede describir a los miembros del jurado qué es?
es es la foto de una piedra que tomé para referencia, para hablarle a la policía.
It was a picture that I took of a rock as a reference to give it to the police.
And could you point out on the map the general area where that rock is located?
¿Nos puede señalar en el mapa en general dónde está localizado?
I guess
Right here.
it's right here.
Okay, thank you. Just north of the white line.
En la parte norte de la línea blanca.
Sí,
Yes.
es muy cerca de las líneas de electricidad.
It's very close to the power lines. Gracias.
I'm going to show you several other images as well.
Le voy a mostrar varias otras fotos también.
Could you describe these images to the jury?
Puede describirles estas imágenes al jurado.
For the record, image 3010 contained on Exhibit 16.
3010 a la 16.
What is
¿Qué es
this?
esto?
Son tanques de gas.
They're propane tanks.
For the record, image 3009 from Exhibit 16.
3009 de la acusación 16.
What are these?
¿Y qué son estos?
Igual, tanques,
The same.
tanques.
Tanks.
I'm also going to show you images 3008,
También le voy a mostrar imágenes
3007, and 3006.
8 y 2006.
What do all of those images depict?
¿Cuáles son todas estas imágenes?
Tanques de gas, sartenes
Tanks, propane tanks,
y soda, botes de refresco o cerveza,
like
no sé
soda
qué haya más ahí.
cans or like other drinks.
Why did you photograph those images?
¿Usted por qué le tomó una fotografía a estas imágenes?
Porque no es algo que te encuentras en los caminos, en eso,
Because it's not something that you see, you know, in the way, in these
en the
trails.
trails.
Now, were you out there? Okay, were you out on the broken ground trail system on Monday that week as well?
¿Usted estaba en ese sistema el lunes de esa semana también, en el sistema de Broken Ground?
Sí,
Yes.
Do you recall when you were out there?
¿Se recuerda usted cuándo estuvo ahí?
there's lunes, right?
That's Monday, right?
Yeah. En la mañana
In the morning
And
y en la tarde
and in the afternoon
con mi hijo.
with my son.
okay, and when you were out there in the morning or the afternoon on Monday, did you hear any gunshots at any point in time?
No,
Y cuando usted estaba ahí el lunes, cuando usted estaba el lunes o en la tarde, cuando estaba de ese día del lunes con su hijo, ¿usted escuchó algunas balaceras?
no.
No.
Now, did you or your wife ever contact the police once you heard about the murders of Stephen and Wendy Reid?
¿Usted alguna vez, o usted o su esposa contactaron a la policía cuando ustedes escucharon sobre los homicidios de Stephen y Wendy Reid?
Sí,
Yes.
Did you eventually meet with the police and provide copies of?
Objection.
Objeción.
Form.
Okay. What did you do after you contacted the police?
¿Usted qué hizo después de contactar a la policía?
el policía me hizo una entrevista, el detective me hizo una entrevista
The police or the detective did an interview with me,
y me preguntó qué día estuve yo ahí
and he asked me what day I was there.
y le dije le entregué las fotos
Then I gave him the pictures,
y le dije los días que estuve allí y a qué horas.
and then I told him the dates and the times that I was there for.
Did you take these pictures using your iPhone?
¿Usted tomó estas fotos usando su celular iPhone?
Sí.
Yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Of course.
Just to be clear, did you see the burned propane tanks prior to Wednesday?
Solamente para estar claros, ¿usted vio los tanques de propano que estaban quemados antes del miércoles?
No.
No.
Okay. And was there anything else that you saw besides the propane tanks that was burned?
¿Había algo más que usted vio que no sean los tanques de propano que estaban quemados?
Monday, Wednesday. En Wednesday, I saw a piece of paper in the marsh loop, but there was a napkin in the entrance of the marsh loop, dry. That I told the detective that. And en Monday, when I walked by my kid, I saw like hair, but the detective said it was from a deer. And that's it, nothing else.
Thank you very much, Mr. Medina.
Muchas gracias, señor Medina.
Defense counsel may have some
Los
questions
abogados
for
de
you now. Thank you
defensa
for
van
your
a hacerle
time.
algunas preguntas. Muchas gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you. Attorney Smith.
Abogada Smith.
Good morning, Mr. Medina.
Buenos días, señor Medina. Good morning.
I do have some questions, and I'm going to use a map too.
Yo tengo unas preguntas y también voy a usar un mapa.
Sorry.
De pronto no, lo siento.
So you bike and walk the trails?
Y entonces usted toma la bicicleta
Sí.
y también camina los
And I
caminos.
think that you
Yes.
said, can you see the map?
¿Puede ver el mapa?
Sí.
Yes.
That when you ride, you go out to where it's a green mark here?
Y usted dice que cuando usted toma su bicicleta
Sí.
va a la marca verde.
Sí.
Yes.
And travel this path under the power line, under the overpass.
Y después sube donde están las líneas
Sí,
de electricidad,
por
donde
abajo
están pasando.
Abajo del puente.
Yes, underneath the bridge.
And then when you bike, you often go up Marsh Loop and then over and down the power lines.
Y entonces después
Sí.
usted sube hacia Marsh Loop y después hacia abajo donde están las líneas de electricidad.
Sí.
Yes.
And the power lines have a trail, but it's not a formal trail, right?
Y
Nope.
donde están las líneas de electricidad también tienen como un camino, pero no es un camino formal, ¿correcto?
And I'm going to show you a copy of Exhibit 1101.
Le voy a mostrar una copia de la prueba material 1101.
Do you recognize where that is?
¿Reconoce dónde es esto?
Mhm.
Where is
Yes.
it?
¿Dónde es?
Eso es lo que divide Marsh Loop under the lines.
That's where it divides
This
Marsh
go-
Loop and
This go to Marsh Loop, and this go to under the power lines.
Okay, so on, did I interrupt you? Sorry.
Good.
On the right side, it goes to Marsh Loop,
Entonces en la parte de la derecha va a Marsh Loop
and on the left side, it goes up the power line,
Power
y en
lines.
la parte de la izquierda va a donde están las líneas de electricidad.
and the path goes all the way up to Profile Avenue,
Y
the White Trail Connector.
Y el camino va hacia donde está Progressive Avenue, donde está el conector
Sí.
de, de
Yes.
la línea blanca. Yes.
If I may, Your Honor.
Sí,
Absolutely.
puede, sonoría.
And you also hike, sometimes different ways,
Y usted
right?
también hace caminatas algunas veces diferentes lugares, ¿correcto?
Ah, casi todo el tiempo es igual.
The majority of time is the same.
Okay. When you were hiking the trail on Monday, did you say you went Monday morning and then Monday afternoon?
Cuando usted estaba
Ujú.
caminando el lunes,
Sí.
usted dijo que fue el lunes en la mañana y después en la tarde.
And Monday afternoon was with your son,
Y el lunes en la tarde era con su hijo.
and Monday morning was that a bike?
Y el lunes en la mañana
Sí.
en una bicicleta. Yes.
Okay. So sometime in the morning you did the bike loop that you normally do on
Alguna,
Monday.
entonces el lunes, algún tiempo en la mañana, usted hizo el camino que usted usualmente hace
Mhm.
el lunes.
I know it, but
Oh,
it's,
sí.
yes or
Sí.
no?
Yo sé que
Yes.
And when you went with your son in the afternoon, that was just up the power lines?
Y cuando usted fue ese mismo día en la tarde, eso solamente eran las líneas de electricidad.
Yes. Let me explain to you.
Sure, please. You got it, yes?
Marsh Loop.
Marsh loop is yellow.
Over here where they buy the Marsh Loop when under the power lines.
Uh-huh.
My son don't wanna go this way. They told me that was far away. I said, no, Dad, I don't wanna walk that way. So we go right here. Over here is a big rock where they have a motorcycle, old motorcycle.
Uh-huh.
And we sit there. We come back this way.
So you maybe went about halfway and then came back?
Yes.
Okay.
That was in the evening when my son.
Pardon?
In the evening when my son.
That was around 4 to 5 o'clock with your son?
Yeah.
Okay. And the morning trip, was that around, do you know? What time the morning bike ride was?
¿Recuerda más o menos a qué horas fue en la mañana cuando estaba en la
Probably by
bicicleta?
10, 11, something like that.
Okay. And when you talked to the police and when you took your pictures, you tried to give them a map of where you were when you went into the woods.
I take the picture of the map and Thursday. And Thursday when my son, because we call the police Monday evening. No. Wednesday. We call the police and they say, oh, that's city problems.
Okay.
We don't take care of that.
But you wanted to, when you took those photographs, you wanted to make sure you could mark for the police where you saw them, right?
Cuando
Or
usted
whatever I had to
tomó-
call because they have a phone number in the map.
Okay.
But we call Monday. No, Monday. We call Wednesday. Municipal police.
Okay. Well, wait a minute.
Okay. Just a minute. We're gonna take a short break. And just waiting a minute. Then we'll be taking a short break.
I assume I should not go forward.
Don't go forward right now. No, thank you.
I want to speak, but in English is a little faster.
Si usted quiere que yo no esté acá, yo me puedo ir, pero yo no puedo quedarme acá si usted habla inglés. Es como usted quiera. No, es mejor, sí, que yo me quede para... De pronto sí.
No entiendo. Ujú.
Pero es como de su decisión.
No, ¿qué dice?
Estoy acá, ¿no?
Members of the jury, we're going to take a short break right now. If you go back to the deliberation rooms, we'll start the trial again shortly. Thank you. You just leave your rooms there.
Hay que poner de pie.
You can step down, Mr.
Nosotros
Medina.
también podemos
It'll just
bajar.
be a short break,
Va a
so
ser
you
un
can take a break
descanso
as well.
cortico.
If I can see counsel at the bench, everyone else can have a seat.
Rise, the honorable jury.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Attorney Smith.
I'm going to talk a little bit more about the path that you took.
Voy a hablar un poquito más sobre el camino que usted tomó.
But first, I'm going to show you a couple of more pictures. They're actually of maps.
Y
And
yo
see
le
if
voy-
you recognize them.
Primero le voy a mostrar unas fotos, primero son unos mapas para ver si usted reconoce.
They are marked Exhibit 1087 and 1088 for ID.
Y entonces son pruebas materiales que son 1087 y 1088.
Do you recognize them?
¿Usted los reconoce?
Sí,
Yes.
And the other?
¿Y el otro?
también.
Yes, also.
Could you tell me what the first map is of?
¿Me puede primero decir de qué es este mapa?
De los trails, Marshall. Y
The Marshall Trail.
And did you take this picture with your phone
¿Y usted tomó esta
Ujú.
foto de su celular?
to
Ujú.
mark, to
Just
help?
yes or no?
Yes.
¿Qué decir?
Say.
Yes.
yes,
And did you do it to help show where it was that you saw the other things that you took a picture of?
¿Y usted lo hizo para
Sí.
que usted se ayudara a saber dónde estaban las otras cosas las que usted tomó las fotos?
Like the strike
Yes.
the ID on 1088?
No objection.
88.
1088 is a full exhibit.
And 1087.
Y uno.
Is this a
1087.
close-up of the same area?
¿Este es el mismo área pero más cerca?
sí.
Yes.
And did you take a picture of this to provide the police where the rock was?
¿Y usted tomó una foto de esto para darle a la policía dónde estaba la roca? ¿La piedra?
Sí,
Yes.
Okay, and you provided both of these to the police
¿Y usted le dio estos
Sí.
dos a la policía?
sí,
to help
Yes.
them locate where it was you were talking about?
Para ayudarles a ellos
Sí.
localizar dónde usted está hablando. Yes.
Like to strike exhibit on 1087?
No objection.
87, ninguna objeción.
1087 is also a full exhibit.
087 también es una prueba material.
So, back to this map. On the Monday, the 18th, you were at the trail in the afternoon with your son.
Entonces, vamos a hablar otra vez sobre este mapa. El lunes del 18 en la tarde usted estaba en el camino con su hijo.
sí,
Yes.
And you didn't go into Marsh Loop, you kind of went up a bit and then back, because he didn't want to go too far.
Entonces usted no entró como al Marsh Loop, sino usted un poco subió y bajó porque él no quería seguir porque estaba muy lejos, ¿correcto?
sí,
Yes.
And you took a picture of him on the power lines on a big rock, standing on a big rock on the power lines, right?
Y usted le tomó una foto a él en donde estaban las líneas de electricidad, que estaba parado en una roca grande, ¿correcto?
sí,
Yes.
And with that picture, you could look at the time that you took the picture, so you would know the date and time when you talked to the police that you were there on the 18th.
Y con esa foto usted podía ver en esa foto la hora y la fecha donde usted tomó la foto para que usted pudiera hablarle a la policía cuando estuvo ahí
Sí.
el 18. Yes.
So you knew that it was Monday, the 18th, a little before 5, that you were there with him?
Y entonces usted sabía que era el lunes el 18, un poquito antes de las 5 que usted estaba ahí con él.
sí,
Ah, yes.
And then on the 20th, yes, the 20th, you weren't feeling very well, right?
Y el 20 usted no se estaba sintiendo muy bien, ¿correcto?
that was Tuesday,
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Yes.
I guess Wednesday miércoles, yo fui,
Wednesday I went,
but no martes.
not Tuesday.
Right, Wednesday.
I no move from my house. I was lay on my couch.
So Tuesday you were sick on the couch, Wednesday you felt like you should get out.
Entonces el martes es que usted estaba enfermo y estaba en su mueble, y el miércoles era que usted se sintió que podía salir.
Sí.
Yes.
Needed to get out of the house. for a
Tenía
little
que
bit,
salir
right?
de la casa por un poquito, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And so you took your bike that day?
Entonces usted llevó con usted su bicicleta?
Sí, en la mañana.
Yes, in the morning.
And you rode a Marsh Loop trail, like usual?
Y usted subió hacia el Marsh Loop como usualmente
Sí.
lo hacía. Yes.
And then as you went on to the White Trail towards the power lines, you stopped right before the power lines, right?
Y cuando usted subió hacia lo blanco, usted paró
Sí.
antes de las líneas de electricidad. Yes.
And you stopped to relieve yourself?
Y usted paró para descansar un poco.
Sí.
Yes.
And where you stopped was near the big rock on Profile Connector.
Y donde usted paró fue en esa piedra grande.
cerca
en el
de esa
Profile
piedra.
Connector.
And so
Close,
that-
And that's I.
close to that rock.
Okay. And when you stopped there, you were going to relieve yourself in the woods, but you noticed what looked like a worn path.
Y bueno, entonces usted se iba a descansar ahí como en los árboles, pero usted vio que había como un camino donde podía ir, continuar.
Era como, yo me paré para hacer del baño. Número one.
I stopped to go to the bathroom
To pee.
to pee.
Y yo vi que había como que se movieron, como que alguien había caminado.
And I saw that there was like, it was moving, like it was somebody had already walked.
Like back and forth, like the leaves, the what or whatever it is that was there. You can see that I mean, I was seeing the trail.
Yes.
So I keep walking. Yeah, is when I find the tanks.
Okay. So from the real trail, the official March Loop Trail,
Entonces, desde el camino real, que es oficial del Loop Trail,
you see a walking path going into the woods, not an official path, just like somebody walked there a lot.
usted vio ahí
Ya
como
se mira.
un lugar en donde alguien estaba caminando, pero que no era oficial, solamente como que usted vio que alguien había caminado por ahí.
Sí.
Right. Yes.
And so you took the pictures of what you saw.
Usted tomó fotos de lo que usted vio.
You had not been in the woods there before.
Usted no había estado en esos árboles anteriormente ahí.
Yo solo pasaba por afuera
I was just going like around, like outside,
Okay.
en mi bicicleta.
on my bicycle.
Along the trails, passing it by, but not going into the woods.
Sí, o sea, digamos,
No.
pasar por afuera, pero no entrándose en los árboles.
No.
No.
Okay. And you took some pictures,
Usted tomó unas fotos
and because you didn't think it should be there.
porque usted no creía que eso tenía que haber estado ahí.
And then
Sí.
Yes.
after you took the pictures, as you're leaving,
Y después de que usted tomó las fotos cuando usted se está yendo,
you actually take, I'm going to show you exhibit 1089. Do you recognize that?
108.9, ¿usted reconoce esto?
Sí.
Yes.
And you took a picture of that big rock also to identify the area you were talking about, right?
Y usted tomó
Sí.
esa foto de esa piedra grande para identificar el área donde usted estaba.
And
Yes.
is this a picture of that rock?
¿Y esta es una foto de esa piedra?
No objection.
Ninguna objeción.
Move to strike the ID, Your Honor.
1089 is a full exhibit.
See if I can do 3. Okay. May I publish?
Oh, of course, absolutely.
Carlos,
So this is exhibit
ese
1088
es el
and
número
1089.
1089 y el número.
And that rock was very near the power lines, right?
Y esa piedra estaba muy cerca de las líneas de electricidad, ¿correcto?
Sí, no están lejos.
Yeah, they're not far away.
So, you talked to the police at some point. It was not that day, right?
Usted habló con la policía en algún momento, pero no fue ese día, ¿correcto?
Yo hablé en la tarde
I talked in the afternoon
a la policía municipal de Concord.
to the Concord Police Department.
Do you remember the detective coming to give you an interview?
¿Usted se recuerda cuando el detective vino a hablar con usted a darle una entrevista?
Sí, eso fue ya mucho después.
Yeah, but that was way later than that.
Okay. And you had the pictures that could remind you of date and times, right?
Y
When you
usted-
talked to him?
Cuando usted habló con ellos, usted tenía las fotos que le podía recordar a usted la fecha y la hora, ¿correcto?
Sí,
Yes.
And you talked to him about discovering the propane tanks.
Y usted habló con él sobre de que usted descubrió los tanques de propano.
sí.
Yes.
And you told him that there was no smell while you were there.
Y usted le dijo a él que cuando usted estaba ahí no había ningún olor.
I don't think he has. Pienso que él no preguntó por olores. Él
I-
me preguntó si se miraba fresco.
I don't think he asked about any smell. He asked me if it looked fresh.
Okay. We'll talk about that then.
Vamos a hablar de eso después.
You told him that it was maybe somewhat new Monday or Sunday that it could have been burned?
Usted le había dicho que de pronto había sido como el domingo o el lunes que podía haber sido quemado.
Yo le dije que el lunes o domingo, algo así.
I told him that Monday or Sunday, somewhere in there.
Okay. And you don't remember him asking if you could smell anything?
Y usted no se acuerda si él le preguntó a usted si usted podía oler algo.
No.
No.
But you couldn't smell anything.
Pero usted no podía oler nada.
No.
No.
And if he did ask you on that recording, that's what you would have told him as well.
Y si él le hubiera preguntado eso en esa grabación, eso es lo que usted también le hubiera dicho también.
Sí.
Yes.
I think maybe that's it.
Yo creo que eso es todo, de pronto.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
De nada.
You're welcome.
Any further direct examination?
Pregunta más directa, de interrogación.
No additional questions.
Ninguna adición.
Any objection to excusing Mr. Medina?
Ninguna objeción de excusar al señor Medina.
Sir, you are free to
Señor,
go.
usted ya se
Thank you.
puede ir. Muchas gracias.
And thank you to the interpreter
Thank you,
as
Your
well.
Honor.
Thank you.
Stay prepared to call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Nan Nutt.
Thank you. And I know it hasn't been too long, but if anybody wants to stand and stretch while we're waiting for the next witness, please feel free to do so. Good morning, ma'am. If I could have you raise your right hand.
Right.
Do you swear the testimony you're to give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
If you'd have a seat and state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My full name is Nan Beatrice Nutt. First name Nan, last name Nutt, N-U-T-T.
Thank you. And Ms. Nutt, if you just hand me that little folder there, I think that was meant to be, yes. I think that was meant to be given back. Yes. Attorney Spicer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Ms. Nutt, where do you live?
One moment. I forgot to put hearing aids in, so I will need you to speak up.
I will speak up. Can you hear me now?
I can.
Thank you. Ms. Nutt, where do you live?
I live on at 149 East Side Drive, Concord.
How long have you lived here in Concord?
Slightly more than 3 years.
Okay. And before that, generally speaking, where did you live?
I lived in Seacoast, New Hampshire, Dover, Epping.
Thank you. Ms. Nutt, could you please tell the jury about your educational background?
I'm trained at the PhD level as an immunologist in a medical school microbiology department. So I sort of have areas of expertise in both microbiology and immunology.
Could you tell us what degrees you have?
I have a bachelor's degree in genetics, a master's and a PhD also, both from the medical school.
Thank you. And Ms. Nutt, could you tell us a little bit about your career and what sort of work you did?
The first part of my career was working in laboratories in a number of different locations in immunology research. And then I transitioned into computer science, not as a developer, but as an application specialist primarily and a writer. And particularly, or my favorite job in computer science was working with a group that did molecular modeling of molecules, proteins, antibodies in particular was my favorite, because that's, of course, part of immunology.
That sounds wonderful. I don't understand a word of it. Ms. Nutt, are you currently retired?
I am.
For how long have you been retired?
12 years.
Ms. Nutt, I'd like to ask you now about April 18th of 2022. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Ms. Nutt, what did you do on April 18th of 2022?
Relative to this proceeding, I hiked. I went to hike with my 2 dogs, who are both fairly small, on the Marsh Loop Trail.
Okay, I'd like to ask you about your dogs. What sort of dogs are they?
They're both rescue dogs. We know a little bit about them. They had belonged to my friends, both of whom have passed. One of them is a mixed poodle, about 16 to 18 pounds, and one of them is a larger, unknown mix. He's about 24 pounds. The only information I have is that his father was a big black dog, but I can pick him up.
Was it common for you, or is it common for you to go on walks with your dogs?
Yes, absolutely. Every day, 3 times a day. One way or the other, we get out.
Great. And so you mentioned that you went hiking with your dogs that day on the Marsh Loop Trail. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Could you just generally, for the jury, describe what is the Marsh Loop Trail?
It's part of a group of trails called the Broken Ground Trails. They are within about 10 minutes of where I live. There are a number of trails that intersect. The Marsh Loop Trail is somewhat like what it sounds like. It circles around a marshy area of that whole area, of that trail system.
Prior to April 18th of 2022, had you hiked the Marsh Loop Trail or any of the Broken Grounds trails before?
I've hiked all of the broken ground trails, and I think there are 4 or 5 of them now. And I enjoyed especially hiking the Marsh Loop Trail when I was with the dogs, because I kept them on leashes, but they were extendable leashes, and I preferred not to encounter other people because it tended to wrap the leashes around other folks.
Okay. So prior to April 18th, had you taken your dogs on the Marsh Loop Trail?
Yes, but I don't know how often, and it probably hadn't done, if I had done one earlier that spring, it was, because it was early spring, that would have been just one time.
Okay. Ms. Nutt, if you could look behind you there on the wall, I'm showing you what for the record is already marked as State's Exhibit 75. Do you recognize what's shown there on the wall?
I do.
And what is that?
That's a map of the trails, of the broken ground trails that
Is-
the Conservation Commission puts out.
And is this, does the Marsh Loop Trail show up on this map?
Oh, yes, it does.
Okay.
It's labeled, actually.
Great. And that's the trail that we've been talking about so
Yes.
far, right?
Yes.
Thank you. And now I'm going to show you one other thing here that's also already marked as State's Exhibit 225. Is this a calendar showing April of 2022? It's not.
That's what it says. So I guess it is.
If this helps, do you remember it was Monday, it was April 18th, a Monday?
I have to be honest, I don't remember whether it was a Monday or a Tuesday, but I do know the weather was nice, so I could check against the weather that day.
Okay. When you went to the Marsh Loop Trail on April 18th, how did you get there?
I drove to a small parking lot just off of Portsmouth Road, and which is where the large utility poles, an area where there's a utility line. I parked there and started in on the trail there.
Just generally for the jurors, could you describe what the trail is like when you start at the parking lot that you described?
It's not that way now, but by the time I was hiking it, it was heavily overgrown brush, but no trees. There was one fairly soggy area, which I think they have now put some boards across so that you don't have to walk in the mush. But it was pretty overgrown bushes at the time.
Ms. Nutt, do you remember what the weather was like that day?
Beautiful sunny day, cool spring, not cold, just cool.
And so I think you mentioned this, you had your two dogs with you, is that right?
Correct.
And were they both on leashes?
They were both on leashes.
Was there anyone else with you for your hike that day?
No.
Do you remember about what time you began your hike?
Sometime after 2 o'clock, probably getting close to 3.
Did you have anything that you had later in the day by way of an appointment?
I did. That's why I'm saying where I think the time was. I had a 4 o'clock rehearsal back at Havenwood Heritage Heights where I live that I wanted to get back to, but I wanted to do this hike first.
Okay. And so when you went for the hike, which trail did you take that day?
I took the Marsh Loop Trail. The one, oops, it's gone. Oh well, it's in yellow on the map.
And bring it back up for you.
It's a little hard to tell because some of those colors I think look the same, but I think the little parking lot is marked on that map.
Okay. And so you mentioned you took the Marsh Loop Trail that day. Was there any particular reason you selected the Marsh Loop Trail that day?
Because it's easy to get in and out of in the sense of parking, and because there aren't a lot of people on that trail, or at least compared to some of the other pieces of this group of trails.
Ms. Nutt, using the map, could you describe when you started your hike, did you go in a clockwise direction or a counterclockwise direction from the parking lot?
Clockwise.
Thank you. After you started your hike, did you see any other people on the trail?
I did. Do you want me to expound on that?
Yes, please.
Sorry, tell you more.
Please tell us more.
We were probably just a few minutes in, maybe as much as 5 minutes in, and I heard a couple, or at least what I thought was a couple, because they were talking to one another, coming up behind me. And the trail is fairly narrow, partly because of the bushes, and just it is narrow. And I thought it would be polite to step off, so that because we meaning myself and the dogs are pretty slow. The dogs sniff, 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 sniff everything. So I did step off with the dogs, and these folks went past me.
Could you describe what they looked like?
A white male, medium height, and a black female who was a little bit, who was somewhat shorter. And I would have put them in their, I'm not very good at guessing ages, but I would have put them probably in their late 50s to late 60s.
What were they doing when they walked by you?
Talking to one another. I could hear them talking as they came up behind me. Very comfortable conversation, and they continued talking. They did not speak to me. The man nodded as they went by. That was it.
Did they appear to be dressed in any particular way?
Don't remember what they were wearing, but they seemed to be appropriately dressed for what they were doing.
At that time, when you saw them, had you ever seen those people before?
I had not.
And so I think you said that when they passed you, you moved aside with your dogs to let them pass.
Yes.
Ms. Nutt, could you describe, generally speaking, where on the Marsh Loop Trail were you when those two people passed you?
In the very first section on that map, before the trail cuts to the right slightly to go up the hill.
So at the location where they passed you, were you in the open area under the power lines?
We weren't under the power lines, but we were to one side of the power lines.
Okay. So was it a cleared area?
You can call it clear, but we had to step into the bushes.
I
So
understand.
it depends on the definition. There are no trees, but there's lots of bushes.
Okay. Did you say anything to those people when they passed you?
No.
What happened after they passed you?
They kept walking, and we kept walking. I always refer to it as we, because I'm talking about myself and the two dogs. We all kept walking, started walking again.
Were they going faster than you?
Considerably faster, yes.
Could you tell us, Ms. Nutt, about how fast do you think you were going with your dogs when you were on your walk that day?
I would not have been able to estimate that at the time, but because I wear an Apple Watch and it was recording, I can pretty well say that it was under 2 miles an hour and with lots of stops and starts.
And are those stops and starts related to your dogs?
Yes, not me. I don't usually stop and start unless they stop and start.
And you mentioned your Apple Watch, so I'll ask you now. Were you wearing your Apple Watch when you did your walk on Monday, April 18th?
I was.
And did you have your phone with you as well?
I did.
Okay. And do you ever use your phone and your watch to track your progress when you take walks?
I do.
Did you do that on April 18th?
I did.
And did you start that walk using your phone or your watch when you started the hike?
If I didn't actually at the car, it was very shortly after that.
Thank you. So, Ms. Nutt, you told us that this couple that you saw walked by you, traveling faster than you. Where did you see them go as they passed you?
For a little while, I couldn't see them at all. As we started on down the trail and the bushes were less dense, I saw them heading up the trail towards the woods.
Did you eventually see them enter the woods?
I did.
When you saw those two people enter the woods, could you say, if you can, about how far ahead of you were they?
This is a really very much an estimate, but I would say they were probably 200 yards ahead of me.
And again, if I ask you a question and you don't know the answer, please tell me. If you,
I will.
I don't want you to fill in blanks.
Okay.
And I appreciate that. So you saw them go into the hill, or into the wooded area.
I did.
Did you continue walking with your dogs after they went into the wooded area?
I did.
Did anything happen after that?
I went on up the hill, and there's a marker that says Marsh Loops, and right at the woods. We went into the woods, and within a fairly short time, 3 to 5 minutes, or possibly a little more, but that's an estimate also, suddenly heard shots, very loud. All of us jumped, dogs and me.
Ms. Nutt, I'd like to ask you about that. You said you heard shots. Do you mean gunshots?
I am not much of a gun person, but my impression was that this was a gun, not a rifle, because they were higher pitched than I think of a rifle as being.
When you heard those shots, could you say how many shots you heard?
I heard 5.
Was there any particular rhythm or succession of those shots?
Yes, bang, bang, slight pause, bang, bang, bang.
And did all of those shots happen, all 5, in very quick succession?
Very quick.
When you heard those shots, you said, were they very loud?
Very loud.
When you heard those shots, could you tell which direction they were coming from?
In front and off to the right from where we were.
Ms. Nutt, when you heard those shots, what did you think?
First thought was, I don't think it's hunting season. I didn't think there should be any hunting, and I didn't have any orange on me or the dogs. But then I thought, wait, it's April. Shouldn't be hunting now, as far as I knew. My next thought was, I've been watching too much awful TV.
Did those shots make you feel nervous?
Didn't make me feel, yes, the answer to that is yes.
So after hearing those shots and just feeling those emotions that you described, what did you do?
I thought, after I thought I've been listening to too much or watching too much bad TV, I decided time to walk on, and we did.
So Ms. Nutt, I'm going to ask you another question, and this is one of those questions where please, if you don't know the answer, please let me know. Using that map that's up there on the wall, could you tell the jury about where you think you were on the trail when you heard those shots?
Can I stand up?
Absolutely. And I have a laser pointer too, if that helps.
Okay, I think you're in the woods. I can't reach it. Okay, so
There's a pointer there if that would be
does
helpful.
this work?
Yes, and that should be that top button. There we go.
Okay, let me take a. So we were past. We probably were right about in here
Okay.
somewhere. We were in the woods already. Yeah, so you can see where it goes into the woods, maybe a little bit further south.
Okay.
or
Thank you,
whatever
Ms.
the
Nutt.
direction that is.
So you mentioned that after hearing those shots, you ultimately decided to continue with your walk.
I did.
And did you continue walking the Marsh Loop Trail in the same direction?
I did.
As you continued to walk on the Marsh Loop Trail in that same direction, what, if anything, happened next?
We were on a section of the trail that is basically straight, so it would have been, again, a little bit north of this, going along here. And we saw a young man standing, looking to the right of the trail into the woods.
So, Ms. Nutt, when you say you saw a young man looking to the right, is that your right as you're traveling?
My right as I'm traveling on the trail, correct.
And so, when you first saw that young man, was he on the trail?
He was on the trail, but looking in, yes, he was on the trail.
About how far away were you from that person when you first saw him?
Again, an estimate, 30 to 50 yards. I may have said less than that before. I'm not absolutely sure, but
Just
close.
asking you for what you remember, Ms. Nutt.
I'll have to see what I originally said.
Okay, I think is a success. So Ms. Nutt does have a document with her.
Everybody has a copy of this.
I know.
Oh. You want
No,
to take
I
it away
just-
from me?
No, I just want to have the discussion with counsel. If counsel
Okay,
would
sorry.
approach. No, you've done nothing wrong. You're good. You're good. I just wasn't aware that you all know that she.
Fine.
Just court rules. You mentioned that you saw a man on the trail looking off to your right into the woods,
Correct.
and you said that he was about 30 to 50 yards away from you when you first saw him.
Correct.
Could you please describe what that man looked like?
Medium height, medium build. Height meaning about 5'10", not skinny, but slender. Do you want to know what he was wearing?
I'll ask you. Do you remember about how old he looked?
Oh, again, an estimate of 20s, mid-20s to early 30s.
Do you remember if he had a beard or if he was clean shaven?
He was clean shaven,
And do you remember, was he a white man?
white man.
Do you remember if he was wearing anything on his head?
That I have not been able to say for sure, whether he had a hat on of any kind.
So are you saying that you can't remember whether or not he had a hat, or you don't think he had a hat on?
I cannot remember whether or not he had a hat.
And Ms. Nutt, after first seeing this individual about 30 to 50 yards away from you, did you continue walking towards him?
I did.
I'll ask you some more about that, but eventually did you get closer to him?
I did.
Could you tell us what was he wearing?
He was in khaki pants and a navy blue sweatshirt, which might have been a hoodie, but I'm not sure about that. He had a day pack on his back that was black, and I think that's all I can remember.
You mentioned khaki pants. Do you mean the color or like the style of the pants?
The color is brown khaki.
Brown khaki. Do you remember, were those pants light brown or dark brown or any sort of,
I couldn't tell you without, if you had somebody standing in front of me, I might be able to say that's the shade. Otherwise, I can't say.
that's okay, and then thank
Yep.
you. You mentioned this man had a blue sweatshirt or hoodie on,
Navy blue,
navy blue. Is that dark blue?
yes.
Was this person carrying anything in their hands?
Yes, he had a plastic single-use type grocery bag. It was brown or the beige color that I think some store provides, but I couldn't tell you which one.
Okay.
A grocery store type bag,
A plastic shopping bag?
yes.
Okay. And you said that it was brown or beige?
Light brown beige.
Could you tell if there was anything in that shopping bag?
It looked heavy, so it looked like it was loaded. And as I came up closer, I could see some object sticking out sideways that looked like, to me, the top of something like a peanut butter jar.
Were you able to see with any particularity what that object was?
No,
Were we able to see what color that object was?
no.
And what makes you say that that bag was heavy?
Because bags like that tend to hang loose. This one was quite, I don't know how to describe it. It was full. So I think it was fairly heavy.
When you saw this person, what did you think?
My first thought was he heard the same thing, the same shots I heard.
Anything else?
I don't think that was the first thing I heard, but thought, but I did think he doesn't look like the normal, whatever that means, hiker or walker on this trail.
If you didn't think he looked like a normal hiker, did you think he looked like some other type of person?
Reminded me of people that I see around town who are what I call street people or homeless people.
Ms. Nutt, you mentioned that you saw him and you started to walk toward him. Could you please describe what happened as you continued to walk towards that person? What was he doing?
He continued to look into the woods for a while. He appeared to be staring, not scanning. His head was not moving. He was just staring straight ahead. And as I came fairly close, within 5 to 10 yards, he turned to look at me.
When he turned to look at you, did that make you feel any certain way?
Anxious.
And why was that?
I don't know. He just made me feel anxious. I
As
think
you-
I had already determined that I didn't think he belonged on the trail, so that combination affected me.
As you approached this person, did you have your dogs with you?
Yes?
You mentioned that you have those dogs on retractable leashes, is
Yes.
that right? Did you have, were those leashes out?
No, I brought them in short, as I do when I see any person on the trail.
Did you ultimately pass this person?
I did.
On which side did you pass him?
I passed him on my left.
So he was on your left as you passed him?
No, he was on my right, I was on the left.
Okay. Did you say anything to this person?
No,
Did he say anything to you?
no.
When he looked at you, how far away from him were you?
10 yards or more.
Did you look him in the eye?
I did not.
Why not?
2 reasons. One is I was raised to not, like most women of my age, you don't look a male that you don't know well, you don't look him in the face. And the other reason was he already made me uncomfortable.
After you passed him, did you continue walking?
I did.
I'm going to back up a little bit. From the point that you first saw this man to the point that you passed him, were you still walking at that slightly under 2 miles an hour pace that you described before?
Probably about the same pace, but because I brought the dogs in short on leashes, we moved along a little faster because they weren't able to stop and take a few sniffs.
After you passed this man and kept walking down the trail, what happened next?
Because he'd made me uncomfortable, I turned around to make sure that I knew what he was wearing. I was looking at his back, so that's what I did.
And why did you turn around to
Why did I turn around?
to look at him? Yes.
Because he made me uncomfortable, and I thought, I ought to remember what this guy looks like.
When you turned around to look at him, what did you see?
A moment after I turned around, he turned around and looked at me. And then I turned back around and kept walking.
Why did you do that?
Because I was not comfortable with having him looking at me.
Ms. Nutt, from the point that you first saw this man and walked by him to when he looked back at you and then you kept walking, did you notice anything on his clothes that seemed to be out of order? Any stains or markings on his clothes?
No, I did not see anything.
When you turned back to look at him and he was looking at you, who looked away first, I guess? Did you look away while he was still looking at you?
I think it was pretty close to simultaneous, that he turned away and I turned away.
Could you see what he did after you turned away?
No, I started walking rapidly. Well,
After-
rapidly for us.
After you turned and started walking rapidly, did you look back again?
I think I looked back to confirm that he, in fact, was going the other direction. But that was a very brief look back.
Was he?
He was.
And how long after that first look back was that second look back?
Seconds.
After the interaction that you just described for us with that man that you saw on the trail, did you see him again?
I did not.
So after passing him and having that interaction, did you keep walking on the Marsh Loop Trail?
I did.
Did you eventually reach the intersection with the Knoll Trail?
I did.
And could you look on the map? Could you point out for the jury what color the Knoll Trail is?
Knoll Trail is in blue. So it goes way up here and back around.
When you arrived at that intersection, did anything happen?
I encountered a man who was just coming off, and I think he was coming off this side of the trail, but I'm not absolutely sure. No, yeah. But coming off the Knoll Trail.
And did you have a conversation with that man?
I did. I stopped and spoke to him.
Without getting into what you spoke about, could you describe what that man looked like?
He was probably over 6 feet. He was gray. I think he had some kind of a bandana wrapped around his head. Also had some kind of a small pack on. And looked like he'd spent a lot of time on the trail.
Was he dressed like a hiker?
He was dressed like a hiker. And I can't remember any details about that, but He just seemed to be appropriately dressed for being a hiker or walker.
When you say gray, do you mean his hair?
He was, yes, I'm sorry. He was, his hair was gray, yes.
Could you say about how old did you think he was?
In his 60s.
Do you remember if he was wearing glasses or not?
Not sure.
And did that man make you feel uncomfortable?
No, he looked, he felt like he was a kind person.
About how long did you speak with that man?
A minute.
And just to be clear, was this a different person than the person that you saw on the trail earlier who was looking off to the right?
Absolutely.
After you spoke with him, with that second man near the intersection of the Knoll Trail, what did you do next?
I continued on the Marsh Loop and finished the loop, went back to my car, got in, went home.
Do you remember about what time you finished the hike?
3:45,
Did you make it back in time for your 4 o'clock appointment?
barely.
Other than the man that you saw on the trail in the dark blue jacket who was looking, or sweatshirt, who was looking off to the right, and the man that you saw later up by the Knoll Trail, did you see anyone else during your hike that day?
No.
At some point after April 18th, did you speak with the police?
I did.
Why did you do that?
My neighbor showed me an article from the paper about the couple that I had seen on the trail who were at that point missing.
And when you heard about that couple, what did you think?
What did I think? I thought that's the time to call the police because I knew I had seen them on the trail.
But did the couple that you saw, that your neighbor told you about, did you think those are the people I saw?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. There was a picture in the article, and yes, it was absolutely the couple that I had seen.
And then, did you ultimately call the police?
I did.
And was there a particular phone number you used to call them?
I don't remember.
Did you ultimately speak in person with anyone from the police?
I did.
Do you remember when that was?
Later on the day that I called. It
And
was, yeah,
remember what day that was?
Thursday? No, I don't for sure.
Okay, that's fine. So you had that first conversation with the police officer, is that right?
Yes,
And was that a recorded interview?
yes,
Did you later speak with another police officer after that?
yes,
And was that with a detective named Wade Brown?
yes.
Did you meet in person with Detective Brown?
Yes.
And was that week sometime?
I'm not absolutely clear on how quickly things happened. I don't know.
But at some point after calling the police, did you meet with Detective Brown?
Yes,
And when you met with him, did you give him your phone for the purpose of retrieving some data about your walk from your fitness app?
yes.
It's not, if you could, I'll do it this way. I'm showing you a photograph. Can you take a look at that?
Yes,
Do you recognize what that is?
I do. It's the information from my watch. I mean, my phone.
And is that a screenshot that was taken of your phone?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I move to strike the ID on Exhibit 209.
Any objection? 209 is a full exhibit.
So, Ms. Nutt, if you could look up at the screen, is that the photograph you were just looking at?
Yes,
And is this the information from your phone about that hike on April 18th that we've spoken about?
yes,
Okay. And on the left, is that some data about the hike?
yes,
And then on the right, is that a map, generally speaking, of your route that day?
yes.
And did you provide this information to the Concord Police?
I did.
And in addition to giving those interviews, did you actually provide the police with a written statement?
I did.
Okay. Do you remember when you provided the police with that written statement?
Quite a bit later. The statement, that's it, quite a bit later.
Do you remember exactly when?
No.
Would
I remember the event, but I couldn't tell you what the date was.
Would looking at a copy of that statement refresh your memory as to when it was written?
Yes, I can look at it. I know when it was written. That was not when it was handed to police.
So I guess that was a bad question by me.
Yeah.
Do you remember when you wrote that statement?
I wrote that on the first pass on April 22nd, and then I did minor revisions on April 23rd.
And sometime after April 23rd, did you provide it to the Concord Police?
I did.
And just looking at this again, this was the 22nd of Friday?
Yes,
Thank you.
if that's the correct calendar. Yes.
One moment, please.
Absolutely.
Just very quickly, Ms. Nutt, you mentioned some revisions to that statement. Were they major revisions?
No, I don't. Truthfully, I don't know what I changed, but it would have been very minor, and it may have just been putting the time and date in a second time. But the computer keeps it as.
So when you wrote that statement on April 22nd or 23rd, would it be fair to say that the events of April 18th were fresher in your mind than they are today?
Very much so, yes.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Thank you. Cross-examination? Sure. With council, scheduling of different things. We will take our lunch break now. We'll resume at 1:15. The usual instruction applies about not discussing the case among yourselves or with anyone else. And again, we'll take our lunch break at this point. We'll resume at 1:15. Thank you.
All right, the honorable jury.
Oh, I'm supposed to be standing up?
That's it. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
I was just watching the jury.
No, you're good. You're good. Thank you. You can step down from the stand, Ms. Nutt.
Okay.
If I can just see council to the bench briefly, everyone else can have a seat.
Is it new? Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought like they just gave you something. Sorry. Maybe we lost Ryan. I don't know where he is.
Sure he'll show.
Hmm?
Sure he'll show eventually.
You've got this. Have you been looking at any of these? I haven't been looking at all the Do you see that?
We're in the wrong business.
Hmm?
We're in the wrong business.
We should probably.
Ready?
We will go find Ryan.
And Ms. Nutt?
She is here.
Yes.
We'll have her brought in. Probably, yes.
So, we may want to borrow it, but we'll deal with that after then.
For your cross?
For cross of shorts.
Yeah, that's fine. You just plug the HDMI in and you're good to go.
Did you read it off? You can go back up to the witness stand. Go on. Yes, please. Thank you. Just watch the cords.
All right, to the Honorable Court. Merrimack County Superior Court, get in session.
All rise for your honorable jury.
Good afternoon, please have a seat. Attorney Dominguez.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Miss Nutt. How would you like for me to refer to you?
I usually go by doctor. It
Oh,
took a long
Dr.
time for me to get to be a
sorry.
doctor, so I go by
Dr.
Dr.
Nutt.
Nutt.
Yes.
Yes, besides, it's a funny title for most people. What? Nutt? Dr. Nutt?
All right, so I apologize, Dr. Nutt. You, on direct, something came up with a paper in front of you. Do you still have that? Okay. Put that face down. I just wanted to ask you a few questions about that, so we're all clear about it, okay?
Yes.
So that paper in front of you, that is essentially like a statement that you wrote.
It's a statement that I wrote after my first interview, yes.
After your first interview, and you wrote that of your own volition. No one said, Dr. Nutt, please write a report.
No, I did it because I know how quickly memories fade, and I wanted to be sure that I had the basic information that I shared at that time on paper.
On paper, understood. And that instinct, I don't think that everyone has that. Would you say that that's because of the fact that you are a doctor, your background in science?
It certainly has something to do with my background in science, also that I've done a lot of teaching, and it's probably just me.
And it's probably just you. And that same sort of the way that you think, this concrete, evidenced way that you think, that's also the reason that when the AG puts up a calendar and asks you, it was a Monday, you don't just say yes. You say, assuming that calendar is correct, it was a Monday.
That is correct, that it is my instinct to have data clearly established.
Clearly established. And so I want to start with some of that data. The state showed you some photographs on their direct, and I have a few myself. So I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as Defendant's Exhibit 8, 9, and 1008, 1009, 1010.
I will not remember those numbers.
That's okay, you don't need to. So I'm gonna pass those to you.
Okay.
And do you recognize what those are?
The pieces of my walk from my phone.
Okay, and so these are similar to the ones that you talked about with the state.
Yes.
And I think you described them as screenshots, but these are photographs of your actual phone.
Right, I didn't do that. I have my phone, it's on my phone, someone else did these.
All right, understood. At this point, Your Honor, I would ask to strike the identification on defendants 1008, 1009, and 1010, and enter these as full exhibits.
No objection.
1008, 1009, and 1010 are all full exhibits.
Thank you. And if I may publish.
Of course.
All right, and so, as you said, these are just sort of photographs of your phone, not the actual data.
Truthfully, I don't know, because I didn't create them.
All right, understood. So now I want to share with you what's been previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit 7. And can you tell me what that is?
That's, again, a photograph, I guess, of the entire trip that I took on that trail.
All right. At this point, I would ask to strike the identification on Defendant's Exhibit 7 and enter this as a full exhibit.
Is that the correct number, though?
Sorry, 1007.
1007. 1007, any objection?
No.
1007 is the full exhibit.
And if I may publish?
Absolutely.
All right, and so I want to talk about the 18th with the aid of this map, because I understand that sometimes measuring distances and measuring time, that can be difficult, right?
Unless I have an instrument at hand to do that.
Understood. But this photograph, and essentially the instrument being your watch,
Yes,
was not just recording where you were going, it was recording your pace.
correct.
And so in this photograph, we see some different colors.
Yes,
We see some orange, yellow-orange.
yellow-orange, yes.
All right, we see some red spots.
Yes,
And then we see one little green spot.
yes,
All right. And so you talked about how on the 18th you arrived at the parking space,
yes,
and you had your 2 dogs with you, right?
correct.
Is it Corey and Bodie?
Full names are Coriander and Bodhisattva.
Okay. So you had your dogs with you, and the idea was to give them a nice walk.
Yes,
And so, in order to do so, you got them out of the car.
I should say, and me too, a
And
nice
you
walk.
as well. So you had to get them out of the car and get them leashed and all of that stuff.
Correct,
And I'm sure you're a very responsible dog owner, so you probably had some bags with you as well.
correct.
Okay. And so you got them out of the car and you began your walk, and you didn't turn your watch on right away.
You can tell where I turned it on by what's noted on the map.
Right. And so that's denoted by a green dot.
Correct, and it's slightly in,
And it's
slightly away from the car.
slightly in. And then you also see a red dot. That would have been when you turned it
When
off.
I turned it off, yes.
And you would have turned it off when you got to your car?
If I could remember, which apparently I did this time.
Okay.
Sometimes I drive away, and then I think, oh, I didn't turn it off.
I understand that. Okay, so you start your walk, and you had said that the first people that you had come across, they were coming up from behind you. Yes?
Correct, yes,
And they were walking at a faster pace than you were.
yes,
And so you and Bodie and Corey, you moved to the side,
yes,
and you let them pass.
yes.
And when you did that, you slowed down, or you stopped completely.
Should have stopped completely.
Okay, and so when we look at this map, can you show the jury where that first red spot is, where you think you stopped when that couple passed you?
Right here.
Right there. Okay.
That's the only red spot. So I presume that is the spot where I actually stopped.
Well, let's not presume. You had said that it was around the space now where there, I think, are like wooden planks that was sort of marshy. Does that look like about the correct spot?
I do not recall whether I stopped before or after this serious marshy spot.
Okay. But it would have been right in this area here, then?
Yes,
All right. And so you continued walking, and you testified that you heard 5 gunshots.
correct.
You also testified that you thought it was a pistol and not a rifle.
I don't know the lingo well enough to say pistol. I said gun
Gun.
versus rifle.
Gun versus rifle. I apologize. I'm right there with you with the lingo. And you said that you don't really know that well, but you do have some basis for that.
I do.
And it's because you used to live next door to some.
My neighbor, when I lived in Epping, New Hampshire, had a shooting range on his property, which was two doors down from mine.
Okay.
And they had a sand pit, and that's what they used.
All right. And so that's why you felt comfortable sort of saying that.
That and things on TV.
Things on TV. All right. About those shots, you described it as, and correct me if I'm wrong, bang, bang, slight pause, bang, bang, bang.
Yes.
All right, so 5 in total with a slight pause. So this is going to seem a little bit odd, but you know, distances and even the length of pauses can be different for different people. Would you, for the jury, go ahead and say what you heard, but without saying slight pause, just do the slight pause?
In other words, the way I think I heard it? Is
Yes.
that what you're asking me for? Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Nutt. All right, so you hear that, and I think you testified that, you know, one of your thoughts was, I've been watching too much TV.
I don't watch a lot of TV, but the choices I make sometimes are less, or, you know, cop shows or whatever you want to call them. Yes.
I understand. And so in that moment, you certainly had some apprehension about moving forward.
Yes. Momentarily. Yes.
And you said that the dogs reacted as well.
We all jumped at the sound.
You all jumped. And your 2 dogs, they're not huge barkers.
They do not bark routinely at anything except the doorbell, and they've given up barking at the doorbell lately too.
All right. And so they don't bark, but you're having this moment of apprehension. And you talk to them.
A lot.
A lot. And in that moment of apprehension, of deciding, do I turn back, do I go forward, you engaged in, I don't know if we would call it a dialogue, but you were chatting with your dogs.
I do not remember chatting with them about what we had just heard.
But you were chatting with them.
Off and on.
Okay. The state asked you a lot of questions about the person that you saw on the trail, the first person. Well,
Yeah, I
the
know.
first person that was not the couple that you had seen.
Correct.
And so I do want to talk about that person. You testified that the pants that person was wearing were khakis.
Yes.
And when you said khakis, you didn't mean just like my pants are khakis now, right?
I meant the color.
You meant the color.
Yes.
And so when you talk about the color khaki, and again, because people perceive things differently, and I understand that you said that you couldn't say what shade, but you mean sort of the spectrum between tan and brown, right?
Yes.
Not green,
No.
not black.
No.
You testified about the bag that this person was holding. And you specifically remembered one object that was protruding from the side.
It was pushing against the plastic.
It was pushing against the plastic, but you weren't able to make out exactly what that object was,
Correct.
just the shape.
The shape of the top of it.
The shape of the top of it, and the shape of the top of it was round,
Yes.
and it was, I believe, 4 inches in diameter.
Connection. Okay. No testimony about that.
Well, it's cross-examination. If you recall the diameter,
Withdrawn.
I would say 4, not more than 4 inches.
Thank you, Dr. Nutt. All right, and so you testified about where you saw this person along the trail. And I believe today you said between, and correct me if I'm wrong, between 20 and 50 feet ahead of you?
I either said 20 or I might have said 30 to 50 yards.
30,
Not
sorry, not feet, 30 to 50 yards.
correct.
Okay, and I know that you had, I think at that point, looked at your report.
I got stopped, so I didn't actually look to see what I'd written in when I wrote this up.
Okay. about that report, you said that you wrote that after your first conversation with an officer.
Yes,
That first officer, you spoke to them on April 22nd.
yes.
You may not recall, but that was Officer Shaughnessy. Might have been Detective Shaughnessy.
You know, I didn't remember names. I've seen that in the printout of which your office supplied me with, actually.
Okay. At your request, correct?
Yes, at my request.
At your request. All right. And so that first conversation that you had with this officer, he asked you a lot of the same questions we're asking you today.
Yes.
And one of the things that he asked you was about that distance.
I don't remember if he asked me that.
Okay. I understand that you wrote the report in front of you on April 23rd. Is it fair to say that your recollection on April 22nd would have been better when you spoke with Detective Shaughnessy?
May I look at the paper for a moment?
Of course.
Because I actually wrote it up on the 22nd.
On the 22nd?
Late in the evening.
Late in the evening.
Went back to on the 23rd, looked at it again. I have worked as an editor over the years, particularly in labs. My mother was an English teacher. So I probably made small edits, and that's it on the 23rd.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that your recollection of that distance would have been better during that first conversation with Officer Shaughnessy?
I was very clear on what had happened on that day when I talked to him and when I wrote this up.
Okay. So I'm going to show you a copy of that transcript.
With him?
Yes.
Okay.
17. And Detective Shaughnessy said, okay, so if you're walking down the trail, and you said, down the trail, he's looking into the woods, and he's probably 50 to 100 yards ahead of me.
That's, the overlap is still there, 50 yards. 50 to 100 or 30 to 50. For me, that's within 2 standard deviations of difference.
Totally fair. Absolutely. You are absolutely correct. And again, because people sometimes have difficulty, thinking about space and distance, 50 yards would be about half of a football.
Half a football field, and I've thought about that since, yes.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
May I say something about my interview with Officer Shaughnessy?
I would rather you didn't.
Okay.
If that's okay.
If the lawyers ask you a question and it's responsive to that question, that's fine, but
Okay.
you can't just volunteer,
Okay.
that's fine.
Okay. So, sort of coming back to our heat map, you see the person ahead of you, maybe 50 yards ahead of you. That seems to be our safe number. 50 yards ahead of you, and when you see them ahead of you, you slow your pace down.
I don't know that I actually slowed dramatically,
Okay.
but I was already going pretty slowly,
Yeah.
thanks to the dogs.
All right. All right, so let's talk about a different sort of speed then. You testified that at some point you did pass this other person.
Yes,
You passed them on the trail, and you talked about how you looked back and then you kept walking.
yes,
And after the look back and you kept walking, you testified that that is the moment when you picked up your pace.
if I that would have been my choice, whether I actually did that. I'm not sure because everything depends on the dogs, and sometimes I end up dragging them along. So
Understood.
I don't know if it shows it. That's where I'd look to see what my
Right.
pace looked like on the
Yeah, so let's
Scan.
look at that again. So remember we talked about how there's one spot in particular where there is green.
Yep.
That's it right there.
Yep.
Would that be consistent with about the location after you passed him, after you've done the look back, and you're picking up your speed?
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Okay, thank you. you talked a little bit about your experience with this particular trail system.
Yes,
You said, I think that you've hiked all of those trails.
I have, yes.
All right. And generally speaking, during tick season, there are a lot of ticks in this area.
Yes.
So we've talked about a couple of your conversation with Detective Shaughnessy, but you also testified about conversations with Detective Brown.
Yes.
And you also, in addition to talking with him, you went back out onto the trails with Detective Brown.
Correct.
And the purpose of that was, again, sometimes it's difficult to say time and distance. The idea was for you to point out different spots along the trail to Detective Brown.
Yes.
The first spot that you would have pointed out to him would have been the location where you, where the people who you later identified to be the Reeds, when the Reeds tasked you.
Yes.
Okay. Another spot that you would have pointed out would have been the spot where you believe you were when you heard the gunshots.
Yes.
And another spot that you pointed out was the space where you believe you were standing when you first saw that person ahead of you.
I was never standing. I was always moving.
Yes. The space where you were walking
Yes.
when you first saw that person ahead of you.
Yes.
Okay. So, and when you did this walkthrough with Detective Brown, you actually brought your two dogs with you.
Yes.
Okay.
At their request, actually, at the Detective Brown's request.
Okay. And when you were pointing out this spot, you said, I think it's this area, but it could be a little bit further ahead.
Correct.
All right. And so I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as Defendant's Exhibit 1159. So I am handing you that.
Yes.
And does that, oh, not yet.
Sorry.
Does that look like, well, I'm sorry. I need to back up one more moment. When you were doing this walkthrough with Detective Brown, he didn't record the whole thing, but he would stop and record certain portions of it. Yes?
I truthfully do not remember that he was recording at all. So that doesn't, I can't help you out on that.
All right. On the particular day that you went out with him, you testified that you had your dogs with you?
Yes.
And does this look like that day, a representation of what you showed him that third?
Without having context, meaning seeing the whole trail, I couldn't tell you if this is where I told him I heard the shots or whatever, or I saw this young man or any of that, because I need to see the entire trail. And
Understood.
so I can't say, I mean, it could be, who knows?
Okay.
I know those are my two dogs. That's about all I can tell you from
All
that.
right. So you know it's your two dogs, and you know it was the trail on that day with Detective Brown.
Yes.
All right. At this point, I'd ask to strike the identification on Defendant's 1159 and move it as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
I would object based on that.
If counsel would approach.
All right. So this picture is, in fact, of your two dogs on that day with Detective Brown.
Those are my 2 dogs on a trail.
Okay. Thank you. I can have one moment. Judge.
Absolutely.
All right, just a few last questions. The person, that first person that you saw on the trail that day, you talked about not necessarily looking at his face.
As I walked towards him, I saw him in profile.
All right.
I did not see him full face.
All right, and you said that one of the things that you were looking at was the bag he was holding.
Yes.
All right. Given what your observations were, you did not observe any sort of blood on this person.
No.
You didn't observe any sort of scratches on this person.
No.
This person did not appear to be sweating.
No.
And this person, you didn't observe any sort of like heavy breathing from them.
No.
I don't have any further questions. The state may have some.
Any further direct examination?
No.
Would you like Ms. Nutt subject to recall, or is it okay excusing her?
I think that she can be excused, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Nutt, you're free to go. I'm sorry, Dr. Nutt. I do apologize. No offense intended. Thank you.
I was married to I have to tell this. I was married to a psychologist. He loved to introduce me to people
And I'm
because
sure
of my
he
name.
used the term doctor.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
This is
You're
my
ex-
wife, Dr. Nutt.
Thank you. Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state is calling Mr. Alan Schwartz.
Okay, thank you. And if members of the jury or anybody else wants to stand and stretch, please feel free to do so. Good afternoon, sir. If I could have you raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're to give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
If you'd have a seat and then spell your first and last names for the record.
My name is Alan Schwartz, ALLANSCHWARZ.
Attorney Alderberg.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Schwartz, are you currently employed?
No,
Are you retired?
I'm retired.
How long have you been retired?
About 12 years.
Now, for the members of the jury, could you just describe the general area? You don't have to give me an address where you live in Concord.
I live in Canterbury Meadows off Loudon Road.
Okay. Is that in the vicinity of Alton Woods?
I can't.
Is that near the Alton Woods apartment complex?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, yeah. It's right next to it.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Broken Ground Trail system?
Yes.
Okay. And how are you familiar with it?
Well, I hike there a lot. It's right around the corner from where I live. And you could take a shortcut through Alton Woods and go through the underpass and get there pretty fast. Also, it takes about driving time, about 5 minutes to get there from where I live. So it's a very convenient place to go for a hike or a walk.
Okay. And let me direct your attention to the day of Monday, April the 18th of last year. Were you on the Broken Ground Trail system on the afternoon of that day?
I was.
And how did you travel there?
I drove my car.
Okay. And could you describe what your vehicle looks like?
It's a red Nissan Rogue,
Okay, when you say red, maybe it's like cherry red, dark red.
dark red.
Now, when you got there, what was the actual place you started your visit to the Broken Ground Trail System from?
There's a parking lot right off right there, and Portsmouth Street. So I parked and got out of the car, put a little day pack on, went up started hiking.
Pointer here. Would it be helpful if you could point out where, if you feel comfortable doing
Is it
so,
on?
using that map, just use the top button to activate the laser.
Okay. If this is the parking lot, that's where I parked.
Okay, so you're pointing basically at the area where that green line intersects with the yellow line.
Can the jurors all see? Okay, great, great, thanks.
Your Honor, I can't hear that too much. I can't hear him too much.
Yes, turn your
Lou-
volume, if just
louder.
raise your voice a bit,
Okay.
thank you.
So, you parked at the Portsmouth Street parking lot for the Broken Ground Trail System?
Yes.
Okay. At that point in time, did you just begin walking?
Yeah, after I, got my trekking poles out and put the little pack on with water, I hiked up this trail. It's the bike path, and I believe that marking right there is a water tank.
Okay.
And from hiking from the parking lot to the water tank, it's about 20 minutes, and that's where I heard the 4 gunshots.
Okay, so you heard gunshots when you were on your hike?
Yes, I heard gunshots right about there.
Okay, and you said you heard 4 gunshots?
Yes.
Can you describe the cadence or how those gunshots sounded to you?
It was bang, 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 bang. So there was a pause.
Okay. And what did you think when you heard those gunshots?
Probably, well, it depends on when I started, but it took about 20 minutes to get up to the water tank from the parking lot.
Okay.
So it'll be, whenever I started, I think it was about 12:30. So 20 minutes after that, or just before 1 o'clock, or around 1.
Okay, and what did you do after you heard the gunshots?
Just kept walking, and I walked down the what I would call the purple trail, which is the bike path, connected to the blue trail, walked up. Where is this thing? And I don't see it. It's not pointing. Oh, now I got it. Walked up the blue, connected to the blue trail, and there's another parking lot there. Came down and decided to come down the pond loop on the yellow, and come out the marsh trail to the parking lot.
Okay, so you basically completed a full loop on the trails you just described?
Right.
Okay.
So you can loop it several different ways, but yes, that's the loop I took that particular day.
Okay, and while you were on your route, did you see anything unusual?
About here, before you come out, it's flat, and I saw 4 shell casings.
And you said, where were the casings located in relation to the trail you were on?
The casings were actually on the side of the trail, not the trail itself, in the leaves. And they were about 3 feet apart on each side. Very good. So they were right approximately in here, exactly where on that map I can't really say. You have to be there. So that they were just inside. This is the power line here. And there's no indication of the power, where the power line runs up and down here and across the street. But once you get up in here, you go into the woods. You under the power lines, it's all open, and then you get into the woods, and that's where they saw the shells. They were in the woods on each side of the trail.
And how many total was it?
4.
Okay. And, what did you do when you found them?
I just looked around at what possibly could have been the target, and I just they were out of place, and they were very noticeable to me, and I just wondered what was going on.
Okay. And did you do anything with the shell casings?
I picked one up and looked at it, and there wasn't any markings or anything, nothing that I could see, and I put it back to approximately where it was. So I dropped it back in almost the same spot, or as my best judgment was where it was when I picked it up. I didn't walk anywhere, I didn't move.
Okay, and you only did that with one of the casings? You only picked up one of the casings?
I only picked up one.
Okay. Now, when you were out on the trails, did you see anyone else out on the trails that day?
There was a woman with a dog, and that's all I recollect. There was no one else that I saw, no matter what trail or whatever part of the trail I was on. There was no one else.
Okay. And did you later on contact the police about your hike that day?
I did. Once it was on Channel 9 News, that Friday I went up and told the officers, the parking lot was full with police officers and the K-9 unit, and I told the officer that I was there that day. I heard some shots. I didn't know whether that was relevant or not, and detective later contacted me, and we went across where I was, and we walked the trail.
Okay. And were you able to locate the casings when you walked the trail with the police?
Well, the casings were definitely gone, and I told the detectives approximately where I was standing when I saw them in relationship to where the trail was and how it went up and stuff.
Okay.
So exactly where they were gone, and I just could give them a ballpark figure in this area, probably, a yard up or 2 yards back, and that's where they were on each side of the trail.
And the description you provided, is that within the same vicinity you described today here on the map? Were the way you described, or the location that you described finding the casings to the police, was that the same general vicinity that you described here on the map?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor. Defense counsel may have some questions for you, Mr. Shores.
Thank you. Attorney Smith.
Thank you. Mr. Shores, my name is Caroline Smith, and I do have some questions. And I don't think we'll be using the map very much, but I just want to make clear, because the red was sort of shaky, not your fault, not your fault. But you were at the parking lot at Portsmouth Street?
Yes.
And then you walked sort of parallel to 393.
Right, there's a road there.
And then you go onto the purple trail
Yes.
until the purple trail sort of dips down and hits the blue trail.
Yes.
And then you
No,
go along.
you go up
Oh, you
or
went
go
up.
right. Yes.
All the
Around.
way up here.
Yes.
And then down
The yellow.
and around.
Yes.
Down where the yellow and the blue are together.
Yes.
And then down where it's sort of a different color yellow.
Yes.
And it's not real clear on this map, and I can get it closer if you need to see it, but along the side of March Loop Trail is the power line.
Yes.
And then there is a power line cleared trail to the power station.
No. Well, if at
Not trail, path, sorry.
well,
Okay.
you can see the power station.
Right, and then it's sort of cleared from the
Yeah.
power station out to the power lines.
Yes, it is. That's how you can see it. But I wouldn't say it was a trail.
I
Okay.
said the wrong word.
All
Thank you
right.
for correcting me.
Okay.
Now I've forgotten what oh yeah. So it was before you hit that cleared area, somewhere
Yes.
before that, that you saw
Yes,
the
it was in the,
casing?
yes, it was before that.
Okay. Now, you said that you heard 4 shots,
Yes,
and you're absolutely positive that you saw 4 casings.
yes,
Okay, I want to talk about the shots. You said that you, on the 22nd, went out to the area to let the police know that you might have information,
yes,
and Detective Shaughnessy came out and talked to you,
yes,
and he actually recorded you.
yes,
And then also, while they're walking along looking for where you saw the casings, you're being recorded there too.
yes,
Okay. And when you first talked to Detective Shaughnessy, you told him that you heard about 4 or 5 gunshots, right?
it was 4.
Okay. And when did you figure out it was 4?
When I heard them, it was in the way, the cadence that I heard them, it's bang, 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 bang. And it was, I don't believe that that's wrong or a mistake at all.
Okay. So you did tell him 4 to 5, but
Right.
now it's 4.
It's 4.
Okay. And then you absolutely saw 4 casings.
Yes,
And there was no question then or now about 4 casings.
right. There's,
And
I'm sorry, did you want to say something further, Mr. Schwartz?
Hmm?
Did you want to say something further? Looked like you were finishing.
no, it was 4 casings.
okay. So that was about an hour and a half after you heard the shots.
Yes,
And when first you talked to Detective Shaughnessy, and then he and Detective Harbitz, I think, walked with you to try and locate where you saw the case.
right. They walked the whole trail with me just to get the time, where I was when I heard what I heard, where I was when I saw what I saw.
Okay, and they walked the whole trail?
Yes, they did.
And when you were being videoed for looking for the casings, did you pass any police or anything along the way?
No,
Okay.
not to my knowledge.
So, let me make sure.
Or were they?
Were you trying to complete a thought there?
No, it's a, no, there was, I don't believe anybody was anywhere that I saw or that I remember seeing when I walked with the 2 detectives.
Okay, so you walked around up the purple, up the blue, down the blue, and along the different color yellow?
Right, that's the marsh trail itself,
Okay.
the yellow.
Okay. And so the police that you saw were the 2 that were with you?
Yes,
And they were videoing you the whole time?
well, I believe that's true. What I saw was only a I don't, yes,
Okay. So when you are being accompanied to locate the shell casings, Detective Harbitz had a metal detector, right?
he could have had. I don't remember the metal detector.
Okay. You don't remember the beeps as he walked behind you or around you?
They might have looked for it, but I don't remember the metal detector.
Okay. You took them to a spot that was a little bit inside the woods.
Yes,
And you told him that you thought that that was the spot.
yes,
And then you said that maybe it's farther up, and you meant north on the trail. Do you remember that?
yes,
And you kept walking on the trail, and you said it was very apparent when you saw them.
yes,
And you are walking in the direction from south to north when you're saying this, right?
Yes,
Okay. And you specifically described two on this side, two on this side.
that's correct.
And that as you're going farther up from the place that you first identified, you also told them, let me go farther up. See, there was this big tree.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the big tree?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't walk very far in after you remembered that big tree, did you?
No.
Okay. Stayed pretty much to that entry to the wooded area.
Right. It's about 30 yards back from the entry to the where I saw the shell casings.
Okay.
So
you
it's
didn't walk up
it's
to that
it's it's not close to the end, but it's the end of the trail, or you're ending the trail and you walk. But it was a flat section.
Okay. And you didn't walk in towards that big tree, right?
No.
Okay. And you were asked, when you picked them up, whether or not you dropped them in the same place? Or
I only
you
picked
threw-
one up and I dropped it in the same place.
Okay, they even asked,
So-
did you flick it or anything?
No, it was dropped. I dropped it, and there were 3 that were in the original place. I never moved them, never touched them, never looked. So when I went back the day with the police officers, they were gone, and precisely where they were. Since now this is Friday, I didn't know that it was absolutely significant to know exactly where they were. My best guess was that this is the area that they were in.
Okay. And then you said that you picked one up and looked at it. What were you looking at?
The shell casing, and
what
for
was it?
anything on it, and there was nothing on it.
No inscription on the bottom?
No, not that I could see with the light that, in the shade that I was in, or anything else. I just couldn't discern anything.
Okay. And one of the things I think you told them that you were looking for was see if you could determine the caliber.
Right, I didn't see that at all.
Okay. No etchings, no marking, no 9mm on it?
No,
And you have some familiarity with guns?
no,
None?
no.
Okay. What was it about the casings that had you pick it up? The fact that you had heard shots before?
The fact that I heard shots, and it was so unusual to find any kind of shells on and any trail that I've ever been on.
Okay. And so you pick it up, you leave it up where it was, and while you're with the police officers, you don't go back north towards the big tree that you remembered, right?
No,
Okay. And then, that was April 22nd. Does that sound right?
yes,
It was just a couple of days after.
it was the Friday after the Monday.
And
That-
then
that
on
Friday.
May 12th, you walked with Detective Ryder and Detective Brown. I said I wouldn't use this,
Ah.
but I'm gonna.
Oh, no.
You remember that?
Yes,
And they were not videotaping you, right?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And it was Detective Ryder and Detective Brown that walked that whole trail up the yellow, up the purple, up the blue, down the blue and yellow, and onto the different yellow marsh loop trail, right?
Yes,
Okay. And the first time that we're talking about, it was only the entrance of the marsh loop trail that you were being videotaped.
yes,
The entrance to the woods, you didn't go deep in, but the second time is when you went all the way around.
right.
And this time, as you're coming down Marsh Loop Trail, going north to south, because that's the direction you had walked that
Yes.
day, right?
Yeah,
You came upon that big pine tree, right?
I didn't remember the tree at that time.
Okay.
But I didn't remember where approximately where the shells were. And that's what I pointed out to them. And that's where they took, the times.
Okay. Okay, so what times?
Well, I was working with it because I was just, wondering where I was when I heard this. This is where I was. This is why it took this long to come around. What was there, what I saw while I was walking the trail, approximately how much time it took to get out of the car, get to the water tank, get around the trail, make the junctions that I made, and walk out.
Okay. So, when you arrive at the Big Pine Trail, walking south, the direction that you had walked on the 18th, you actually just past the Big Pine Trail noticed a worn path going into the woods that would have been on your left, right?
Start again?
Okay.
I did.
It was a long one, so I'll try and break it down. After the Big Pine Tree, you noticed a path, not a trail, a worn path going into the woods?
No, I don't remember that.
Okay. Do you remember seeing that worn path and telling them you don't recall that being there on April 18 when you walked through?
No.
Okay. You didn't know anything about the crime scene, where things were located in the media, right?
No, right. That's
And
correct.
Okay, so did you tell Detective Brown after you passed the Big Pine Tree, there's this path here, it wasn't here before?
No, I don't remember saying anything about a path, and I don't know, I'm not sure what the conversation was that would make me say that, or what I was referring to.
Okay, you say you don't remember. If I show you a report of sorts, do you think that might help you remember?
Maybe. I don't recall it.
And a lot of time has passed, Mr. Schwartz. It's okay if you don't remember things, so I'm not trying to put you on the spot, all right?
No, I don't remember the trail.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of a police report of Detective Brown and Bates stamp 354. And you can read as much of it as you want, but I'm going to ask you questions about that last paragraph.
Well, I do and I don't.
Okay.
No, I know where I was. I don't know if I actually, it might have been at the time, I don't recall, because there was so many things pointed. I would see I was here, this is what I heard. It could have been here, it could have been, 2 yards up where the shell casing was. So I was, doing a lot of, trying to figure out, because I really didn't, realize the significance of what I had seen on Monday. And I might not have even noticed it. So if I noticed something different or something more, which that seems to be, I noticed more on Friday when I walked with Detective Brown. But I don't recall that particular sentence or saying that this is a trail that's, this is really beaten down.
Okay. So let me unpack that a little bit, okay? As you're south
Yep.
on Marsh Loop Trail, at some point you pass this big pine tree.
Well, it wasn't a pine tree. I don't think there's a pine tree, but there was a tree that I thought was significant in my recollection of where things were, as a indication of where things were,
Okay.
a marker. No, it was like a marker that, here's where I should be looking.
Okay, so there's a big tree that is doing something to refresh you about where you saw the casings.
Right.
And beyond the big tree, you notice a worn trail, like people had been walking on it that wasn't there before.
Right, down on the Friday, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. And you thought this is the area where the casings were, right?
No, I really don't recall that particular conversation or making that kind of judgment.
Okay.
They were, I don't think that, I don't recall that at all.
Okay, and that's fine, because it's been a long time, and I want to finish this up, even though you may or may not recall, okay, because I have to go through procedures.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you continue on, and you get beyond that big tree that was of significance, and got closer to the entry where you had been with Detective Shaughnessy and Harbitz a couple of days, a week or so before.
I remember walking with Lieutenant Detective Brown,
Okay.
and that's the only conversation or walk I truly remember. Now, I might have been, I don't remember going up. They wouldn't let me go up on Friday. I had to go later in the day, and the only two detectives I remember were Detective Brown
Okay,
and
so,
his partner.
oops, I don't want to interrupt too much, but the first day you went up a little bit, but they wouldn't let you go up too much. The day with Detective Brown and Ryder.
They wouldn't let me, I don't know what,
This does happen all the time, but if you could just try to make sure that Attorney Smith is done with her question. In everyday speech, we do this. You think you
Yeah.
know where she's going, we interject.
Right.
But just we're getting a record, so if you could just probably just try a little bit to make sure that she's completed her question before you answer.
all right.
And I'll ask Attorney Smith to do the same. Thanks.
Good.
I know.
Okay, remember?
Now you won't be able to remember the question.
Okay, so I think what you were saying was that first time they didn't let you go up very far, but
No,
the
they wouldn't.
second time with Detective Brown, you were able
Right.
to do the whole
And
thing.
yes, and I never got up there. They were taking the canine unit was going up there. When I showed up Friday to go up with them, it was Friday morning, and I didn't get up on the trail at all. The only time I walked was with Detective Brown and his partner, or the other detective. Oh.
Okay, that's fine. It's a long time ago, don't
Yeah.
let it worry you. Like I say, we can refresh you if you need it.
No, I just,
But you remember that second time with Detective
right,
Brown?
and try to record.
Remember a significant tree, but not particularly the path.
Right.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. I want to go on to, you had a conversation with Detective Brown in April of this year, right?
I called him. I don't know. Yes, I did talk to him again.
Okay. It was actually to see if it was okay to talk with my office.
That's
right?
correct.
And he answered your questions. Right?
Yes.
And then he asked you a question, and you told him no, you had not taken the casings from the scene to put them back later, right?
Correct.
And he asked you again, and you said no.
I did not take anything. I put the one that I picked up, I put back to where I thought it was approximately in the same area. When I left, there were 4 shell casings on the ground, approximately, and one was maybe moved a little bit by inches, but 3 others were in the same place that I saw them. Never touched them, never moved them.
Okay, and, when you are saying that you picked the one up, if there's something on the ground there, you're walking,
Right.
and you pick it up, and you sort of stand there and study it for a bit?
Yep,
Anybody around there could have seen you looking at the case?
absolutely.
Okay, and, by the way, it was about 2:30 that you finished the hike? 2:45?
2:45, 3 o'clock.
So, you finished the hike again at Portsmouth Street,
Yes.
and it was a beautiful day, right?
Warm, yes.
Okay. Okay. The woman that you saw, do you recall what kind of dog she was with?
No,
Okay. And you recall one dog, not 2 dogs?
yes.
And this was sometime probably, about what time in your walk did you see her?
About the end, probably. It was somewhere on the Marsh Trail, more up at the beginning where the pond loop and the junction was. Yeah, it was that end of the trail.
Okay, so around 2:15 to 2:30-ish?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. And one dog, and you don't recall the type? Right?
Right, correct.
And you never did talk to my office, did you?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further direct examination, Attorney Olberding?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Any objection to excusing Mr. Schwartz altogether? Would you like him subject to possible recall?
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Schwartz, I have good news and bad news. I don't mean it's really bad news, but you're free to go today. But there's some. I'm not excusing you altogether. There's some possibility that you could be recalled later in the trial. So, but you're certainly free to go today. But I'm just going to ask you to remain seated there right now because we will take our afternoon break. Members of the jury, then we'll bring you back in about 10 or 15 minutes to resume testimony.
All rise, the honorable jury.
You can step down, sir. We'll take our afternoon break. Thank you.
What is it, recess?
Whatever you remember.
Yeah, and so, I mean, that's all we're asking for is as best as you render it as much as the judge said. Really, what it leaves them at your side all is that we just have to be able to reach you if, for whatever reason, your testimony is needed during the course of the trial. There's a possibility that might come up.
So Amy will be in touch with you. No slapping around.
No, there's no slapping anybody.
No slapping around.
You remember what you remember.
And you know, we can't even really talk about it too much right now, unfortunately, because we're in the middle of trial.
We can talk afterwards if you need.
Thank you so much. Amy will be in touch with you about in case we need you again.
Okay.
All right.
You know, yeah, I think yesterday it was the easel podium, which was right directly in front of everything. These speakers, aren't these for the case lines?
Yes,
Okay, so this one's turned on, but we're not using it for anything, right?
I think it's always turned on,
It's always turned on, but it's in the way, so is it gonna matter if I move it?
not to us.
Yeah, that's fine.
But now the light went off, and all I did was touch it.
That's what happens, you have the magic touch.
Halloween's coming. Did you unplug it by accident?
I moved it from here to here. We weren't using it anyway.
This
Is
was
that
nice.
it? All right, very good, Joe. You got the magic touch. All right, we're good.
So I think, I think Steve is calling a reference on that. So we'll probably end with him, like, I don't know. I think that's the last one.
So we're on track now. We start construction on the roof across the street. Quiet by the time we start our talk.
Should be like 5 minutes or something. Just like when they were working on this one, when we were over on that one.
Wasn't it when they were doing this jackhammering on the old building?
Yep. Is that 5 more, you think? 5 more. 2:30? About that, yeah, we brought it to 2:18. We had 5 minutes. Oh, oh, yeah. That's cute. Yeah, they're clearly doing some stuff, because like I'll count with Eli, and I think it's great. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, definitely some stuff they're not getting from me. Yeah, no, yeah, likewise. Yeah, yeah. And you have another one. I have an older one who's in 4th at CMS. Oh, okay, cool, cool. Everybody gets that reference, Joe.
I do.
Tuesday night and get your other two witnesses
Yeah.
Wednesday kind
Yeah,
of
at some
thing?
point in her testimony, just find a break and then have them come in.
Which day?
They're coming in,
Okay,
so we have, Dr. Johnson for TBI.
yeah,
This one,
okay.
and then we have, Harlow West, the,
Yeah,
guy
yeah,
who does
yeah,
the
yeah,
paperwork.
yeah. So, she's not first on Tuesday, but when you put her on, she's probably going to.
We'll start with her sometime Tuesday, and
Uh-huh.
we'll finish with her tomorrow.
Okay, so I probably have no problem with it at all. Yeah. Okay. Okey-dokey.
Yep.
Both sides ready?
The gravity exhibit, 30.
No.
What? You know what?
No, we're not ready.
So you know what's gonna happen the next time I go to the they're not gonna have the speakers, they're not gonna realize that I shut it off.
I'll leave a note.
Yes.
This is the timing here as well, don't answer me.
Okay.
If you're having her from Wednesday, Friday, I assume you're having, Thursday, I assume you're having Brown. And it may be a wrong assumption, but I assume.
No, he's fine.
Huh?
He's gonna be testifying,
know.
don't you worry.
I know, that's what I'm saying, is that I can't imagine, do you think you're finished Friday for our rules purposes?
I just know that's
All rise for the
I
honorable
depend,
court.
just late.
You're recognized Superior Court, the ballot session.
Are we all set for the jury? Great,
Yes, Judge, thank you.
great, thank you.
All rise for the honorable jury.
Thank you, please have a seat. Attorney Oberding.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Dr. Mitchell Weinberg.
Good afternoon, doctor. If I could have you raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
Do you swear the testimony you're to give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, sir.
If you'd have a seat and state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Yes, sir. Mitchell Lewis Weinberg, Weinberg.
Oh, Attorney Oberding, sorry.
Dr. Weinberg, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed at the New Hampshire Office of the Chief Medical Examiner.
And what is your current position there?
I'm the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner for the State Medical Examiner's Office.
What are the duties associated with that position?
So what that means in practice is I am a forensic pathologist working for the State Medical Examiner's Office. There's quite a few things that I do to earn my weekly or my biweekly paycheck. A lot of them don't have any direct applicability to today, so I don't think I need to get into them. But the part that is relevant is that I am directly involved in hundreds of medical legal death investigations per year, which often includes the performance of postmortem examinations by myself, that is, as in I do autopsies. I am a forensic pathologist, and while not everything you see on TV is correct, that part generally is. As a forensic pathologist, I am directly involved in performing forensic autopsies for the state of New Hampshire.
And do you have any specialized education, training, and experience to hold this position?
Yes, I am a board-certified forensic pathologist. What this means in short form is I went to university, and then I went to medical school, getting my medical degree. After that, I completed an anatomic pathology residency at Ohio State, followed by subspecialty training in forensic pathology at the Maryland office of the Chief Medical Examiner. This is pretty much the standard path in the United States to become a forensic pathologist. I completed that training in 2012, at which time I was a board-certified forensic pathologist ready to enter the workforce.
And about how many autopsies would you say you've performed in your career, if you could just give a rough estimate?
At this point, has to be over 2,000. That would be a pretty conservative estimate.
Okay, and just to make sure we're all on the same page, what is actually an autopsy? How would you define that?
An autopsy is a post-mortem examination. It is an examination using various surgical type techniques on a deceased individual. There's a number of purposes to an autopsy, but one of the primary ones is to determine an individual's cause and manner of death.
Now let me direct your attention to Friday, April 22nd of last year. As part of your duties, did you perform autopsies on the bodies of Mr. and Mrs. Stephen and Djeswende Reid?
Yes, I did.
Now, as part of your autopsy process, do you prepare a report?
Yes, at the conclusion of the autopsy and after additional ancillary testing comes in, one of the end work products for my cases is an autopsy report.
And do those reports, or at least as part of those reports, are those accompanied by both diagrams and photographs?
Photographs are taken in virtually every case that we do. Diagrams are a case-by-case basis. I do them when I think they will have value. In this case, in these cases, I know I did. In some cases, I don't, though.
Showing you what's marked by identification is states 55 through 68. Take a moment to review those. Let me know if you recognize them.
Sure. Yes, I'm familiar with the contents of this package.
And could you just describe what the contents consists of?
Yes, there are two diagrams that I produced showing on diagram form the location of the entry wounds, the entry gunshot wounds for Mr. and Mrs. Reid. Additionally, there is a sampling, certainly not all, but a sampling of some of the photographs I took during the two autopsies.
And do both the diagrams and the photographs fairly and accurately depict the wounds that you observed during your examination of Mr. and Mrs. Reid?
Yes, specifically these are external photographs only, so they don't show any of the internal findings, but yes, these are accurate representations of various aspects of each of their wounds.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit what's been marked for identification as states 55 through 68 into evidence as full exhibits and be published states 55 through 68, striking the identification.
Any objection?
May we affirm?
Yes.
Is an expert in the area of forensic pathology in order to give his opinions on the autopsies in this case.
Any objection?
No objection to him giving his opinion.
Okay. Dr. Weinberg may give his opinions in this case.
And in light of that, the state again moves to admit exhibits 55 through 68 as full exhibits.
No objection.
Okay. Exhibits 55 through 68 are all full exhibits. And actually, if I could just have them back, have the file back, Doctor.
Yes, sir.
I just want to have the monitor strike the ID.
Dr. Weinberg, I'm going to start by showing you what's marked for identification or has been admitted as State's Exhibit 67. Would you describe for the members of the jury what this diagram consists of?
Yes, this is a diagram that I authored, meant to indicate the locations on Mrs. Reid's body of her 2 entry gunshot wounds. There were no gunshot wounds below the neck, therefore this is the only such diagram that I produced for Mrs. Reid's examination.
And I know, at least for me, it was at first glance hard to see, but would you be able to point out using laser pointer
Yes,
where those wounds are located?
yes. So both of the wounds are very close, or basically are right around the right ear. They are arbitrarily numbered 1 and 2. That is not meant to connote anything other than just the random ordering I came up with during the exam. These are the locations of the 2 gunshot wounds to Mrs. Reid's body. 1 here, 1 here.
Okay. And again, that's there's, at least in this case, no way to discern the order of these 2 wounds.
That is correct. I do not have a way to distinguish which of these wounds was sustained first.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 55 for the record. Could you describe the injuries that we see here?
Yes, this is a fairly close-up photograph of the right side of Mrs. Reid's head. So this is Mrs. Reid's right ear for reference. And there's a few different marks. So if I may, I'll go through each of them so that the court understands what each of these marks represent. So this mark here, this is gunshot wound number 1 in the diagram that we just went over. This is the gunshot wound that ultimately causes much more damage and was more acutely life-threatening, because this gunshot wound, the bullet entered the cranial vault. It basically went inside the head and directly injured Mrs. Reid's brain. This mark here on the ear and this mark here are part of gunshot wound number 2. This second gunshot wound first grazed the bottom of the right ear, and then it passed into the right side of Mrs. Reid's neck. This wound was much more superficial from an anatomic perspective. It did not enter the head, and it did not injure the deep structures of the neck. So what I'm saying is it didn't hit the vertebral column, the bones that hold the neck up. It didn't hit the spinal cord. It didn't hit any of the large blood vessels in the neck region. This is a relatively superficial gunshot wound that passed through the muscles, basically, of the back of the neck before it exited. This wound was not as acutely life-threatening, but it was part of the constellation of Mrs. Reid's injury.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 56 for the record. Can you describe what this wound is?
So now we're looking at the left side. So this is my hand, and so towards the left side of the photograph, and where I'm pointing, this is Mrs. Reid's hair. So her head is this direction, just for anatomic reference, and this is the top of her back. This is the exit wound associated with wound number 2. So from that, it's clear to me as a forensic pathologist that this is a relatively superficial gunshot wound passing through the soft tissue, the musculature of the back of the neck.
And how are you able to discern the entrance wound from the exit wound?
I guess the honest, direct answer is my training and experience. Entry gunshot wounds and exit gunshot wounds generally look different. Entry wounds are generally cleaner, they're more punched out, whereas exit wounds tend to have a somewhat more irregular, ragged appearance. There's other things. You can follow the wound path internally, radiographically sometimes as well. In some cases, admittedly, it can be a little bit more questionable. In this case, it really isn't. I'm very confident that what we're looking at now is the exit wound, and what we were looking at previously was the entry wound.
Now I'm showing you State's Exhibit 57 for the record. Could you describe what we're looking at here?
Yes. This is a photograph meant to depict the wound path of gunshot wound number 2. This is something that we do as forensic pathologists, both to clarify wound paths for ourselves, but also these are demonstrative photos to stakeholders, such as juries, law enforcement, and attorneys, to demonstrate injuries. And the point I will emphasize again is the superficial nature of this particular gunshot wound, going from Mrs. Reid's right to left. This is only passing through the muscles of the back of the neck. It doesn't hit the spinal cord, it doesn't go into the cranial vault and injure the brain.
Of the 2 wounds, are you able to determine whether either of them was the cause of death in this case?
I chose to use the plural phrasing, multiple gunshot wounds, in this case, for reasons that I can get into if asked, but are not necessarily worth getting into. What I think is important for the court to hear is that gunshot wound number 1 was definitely the more acutely life-threatening gunshot wound, because it is the one that damaged the brain. This one, while it caused some degree of injury, it was relatively superficial, didn't injure the brain, didn't injure the spinal cord, didn't injure any large blood vessels in the neck.
And if you could say, would the physical response to being struck by one or both of these shots be the result of just the body ceasing to function and drop to the ground?
If you could rephrase the question.
Which of these shots would have resulted in the body physically dropping to the ground?
I think you need to phrase it differently.
Okay. Would any of these shots have resulted in you basically being dropped, essentially, for lack of a better word?
Gunshot wound number 2 probably would not have caused a relative immediate incapacitation, just because of what it didn't hit. Gunshot wound number 1 was potentially very quickly, if not immediately, incapacitating.
Now I'm showing you State's Exhibit 58 for the record. Can you describe for the members of the jury what this is?
Yes. So for gunshot wound number 1, the projectile was what I would technically term retained, as in the bullet remained in the head. There was not an associated exit wound. this is that recovered bullet that I recovered during my autopsy of Mrs. Reid.
And with something like this, what would be the next step in your protocol in terms of dealing with this, a recovered bullet from somebody's body?
So I recovered the bullet, collecting as many of the larger pieces as is possible. Put it in, this is basically just a little petri dish. And then we seal it up, we package it, we tape it, and we turn it over to law enforcement as evidence. What happens beyond that is their department, not mine.
Thank you. Moving on to what's marked for identification, or has been admitted as full exhibit, States 68. Could you describe for the members of the jury what this diagram consists of?
Yes, this is a diagram. Again, I'm the one who made this, and I made it for the purpose of showing where the entry gunshot wounds are to Mr. Reid's body. Mr. Reid was shot, I believe, 4 times. However, 2 of those wounds also re-entered the body. And what that means is they pass through one part of the body and then they pass through another part of the body. That just happens sometimes depending on where exactly the bullet goes and how the body is positioned when the individual is struck. So these are only the entry wound locations. This is kind of a busy enough diagram as it is, so that's how I did it. But in summary, there is, and again, to be clear, the numbering is arbitrary. I just picked numbering as I was going. It is not meant to indicate anything about the order of infliction, which I cannot discern, nor the severity of the specific wounds. But wound number 1 is here to the left wrist region. Wound number 2 first passes very, very superficially through the top of the left shoulder before it re-enters at the back left side of the head. Wound 3 first passes through the upper left arm, exits kind of in the left armpit region, and then pretty much immediately re-enters in the left armpit region on the chest side, and then passes through and causes injury inside the chest region. Wound 4 enters on the central back region, passes through the chest, and causes injury there.
I'm showing you what's marked, or what's States 59. Could you describe for the members of the jury this wound?
So this is one of the photographs I took to document gunshot wound number 1 to Mr. Reid's body. This is his left hand. This is his left wrist. The probe, again, same thing I talked about before. It's meant to demonstrate how the 2 wounds connect entry to exit. In this case, there wouldn't really be any question of that, but it's just something that we do anyway to document it. And so the probe goes through gunshot wound number 1 here, which did injure the radius, which is one of the bones of the forearm, prior to exiting the body.
This is States Exhibit 60. Would you describe the injuries shown on this photo?
Sure. Again, there's a number of different things to see in this particular photograph. This is the first part of gunshot wound number 2. It passes very, very superficially through the top of the left shoulder. It is not technically, from a precise definition, a graze gunshot wound, but in effect, you should think of it as a graze type gunshot wound. It very superficially goes through the superficial skin of the top of the left shoulder, and then it doesn't show great here. There's better photographs, but the re-entry wound is in this approximate region. And then completely separately, this is the initial entry for gunshot wound 3. You can't see its initial exit, re-entry, or re-exit in this particular photograph. This wound is not something that's on the diagram. This is the exit wound for gunshot wound number 4.
This is State's Exhibit 61. Would you further describe this portion of gunshot wound number 2?
Yes, again, this is what couldn't be seen particularly well in the previous photograph. This is the re-entry wound for gunshot wound number 2. So this is Mr. Reid's left ear. He's face down in this photograph, just so that you're anatomically oriented. And this is where gunshot wound number 2 re-enters the body. It goes into Mr. Reid's head and causes significant damage to his brain.
This is State's Exhibit 62.
This is the associated exit wound for that gunshot wound number 2. So again, for reference, Mr. Reid is face down in this photograph. This is his right ear, and this exit wound is basically right behind his right ear.
This is State's Exhibit 63.
There's really nothing new in this specific photograph, just a somewhat different angle. There's a lot of redundancy in my world. We double up and triple up on things. So just a slightly differing angle. Again, this is the initial entry for gunshot wound 3. This is the exit for gunshot wound 4.
This is State's Exhibit 64.
Okay. This is not showing up as well as I'd hope, at least at my angle, but there's 3 defects visible here. This is the exit wound for 4 that we've talked about a couple of times now. This is that initial exit for 3 as it passes through the arm. So this is Mr. Reid's axilla or armpit region. And this is the re-entry for 3.
And last, this is State's 65.
So in this photograph, there's a couple of things of interest to me. There's the entry for wound 4, the exit for 3, and this is an area of not greatly defined, but it's there, of yellowish dry abrasions to the right side of Mr. Reid's back. This is not gunshot wound trauma, though. This is an abrasion, which is the fancier word for a scratch or a scrape type injury. What's one of the interesting or relevant things about this particular area of abrasion, though, is its appearance. It's very yellowish and dry looking. It had a dryish texture when I examined it, and that is a feature that is often associated with post-mortem abrasions, as in injury, quote-unquote, injury sustained after the patient is already deceased. So that could have some relevance.
And how are you able to discern between an abrasion that happens with living tissue versus post-mortem abrasions?
So one of the core tenets in forensic pathology is that when living tissue is injured, it bleeds. When tissue is injured where there is no blood pressure, it doesn't tend to bleed. So when an injury is without hemorrhage or ahemorrhagic, to use the more medical term, that is a finding that tells a forensic pathologist that this could be a post-mortem injury.
Would a post-mortem abrasion be something that would be consistent with a body being dragged along the ground?
Yes.
This is State's Exhibit 66. Are you able to discern anything in particular about the injuries in this image?
Yes. So along with the gunshot wound that we've talked about, the other area of interest in this particular photograph is more yellowish, dry, and in my opinion, post-mortem appearing abrasions to the lower portion of the left side of Mr. Reid's chest, as well as his left upper abdominal region. So, right, he's on his back in this photograph. That's his right nipple for anatomic reference again. So this is kind of the left flank region, to use just more colloquial language. And again, there's this area of abrasion here that has a post-mortem appearance, in my opinion.
This is State's Exhibit 98. Could you describe for the jury what this
Yes.
depicting?
So these are some bullet fragments that I recovered near exit wound number 2. So while the bullet did exit for the most part, when a bullet passes through bone, it's very common for that bullet to fragment. And in some cases, most of the bullet mass can exit the body, but there can still be a little bit left. When I did x-rays as part of the exam, the bits of metal show up very, very easily on an x-ray. And so I did my best to recover as many of the larger pieces as possible for evidentiary purposes. So same thing as the last time I mentioned it. It's packaged up. It's turned over to law enforcement for them to do with it what they do.
Now, with respect to the 4 wounds that were identified for Mr. Reid, which number of them would have been fatal?
So out of Mr. Reid's 4 discrete gunshot wounds, all but the wrist wound would have been immediately life-threatening. The one that passed through the head injures the brain, and the 2 that passed through the torso each hit important anatomic structures in the chest region. There is collective total injury to both lungs, large blood vessels, the base of the heart region. So all but the one to the extremity would have posed an immediate threat to Mr. Reid's life.
Now, based on your examination of all the wounds, how many of the wounds did the actual bullet that caused the wound remain within Mr. or Mrs. Reid? Was it?
So for Mrs. Reid, there was 1 retained projectile. For Mr. Reid, may I refer to my autopsy report to be sure?
Would that refresh your recollection?
Yes. I don't want to get this wrong.
Yeah, absolutely.
And for the
Absolutely.
record, it is marked, we have just for identification purposes, we do have
Just when you're done reviewing it, just let us know, and then.
Yes, sir. Okay. So for Mr. Reid, they were all through and through wounds with no core large bullets retained, just these small fragments. That's why that was all I recovered.
Okay, so were you able to discern how close the firearm would have been to the bodies based on the gunshot wounds in this case?
Sort of. What I mean is a standard part of any forensic pathologist's evaluation of a gunshot wound is to offer an opinion on range of fire. That refers to the distance between the tip of the weapon and the skin surface. And what I can say for each of these gunshot wounds that I've described and discussed for both Mr. and Mrs. Reid is that for none of them do I see visible evidence of close range firing on the skin surface. I always phrase it in the negative. I do not see evidence of close range firing on any of these gunshot wounds.
When we say close range firing, as a matter of distance, what are we talking about?
So when I say close range firing, I generally am talking about a distance of 3 feet or less.
Okay, so based on your examination, the fire in this case would have been greater than 3 feet away from the wounds in this case that would have been, is that fair to say?
Objection, I think it misphrases what he testified.
Okay. How far would the gun have been away then?
So I can't differentiate whether a gun is 4 feet away or 14 feet away. all I can say is I don't see evidence of close range firing. Generally, that means the gun was at least, the tip of the weapon was at least 3 feet away from the skin surface at the time. There are some caveats when there could be an intermediary target, such as clothing, to consider. For Mrs. Reid's wounds, I don't really think that would be much of an issue to worry about because of where those entry wounds are, right? People don't have clothes over their right ear. For Mr. Reid, he did have clothing on at parts of his body that were struck. So sometimes clothing can impede that, but generally what I can say is there's no evidence from my perspective that the gunshot wounds were 3 feet or less range of fire.
What would you expect to see if the gunshots were within a range of 3 feet that would tell you whether the gun was actually within a close distance?
Sure. So in cases where there is evidence of close range firing, there's different things. It actually depends on where in that range between contact and 3 feet we're talking about. But the two general things that I'm looking for as a forensic pathologist to indicate close range firing are soot or searing around the wound. That generally indicates contact or near contact. That's extremely common in suicidal gunshot wounds, relatively less common in homicidal gunshot wounds. Or something called stippling, and that basically refers to little micro abrasions from unburned gunpowder particles that travel down the weapon along with the bullet, and between about 6 and 36 inches, those little powder particles can abrade the skin and cause something that we call stippling. They look like grain of sand sized abrasions around an entry wound, and so none of those findings are present in this case.
Now, based on your examination of the wounds in this case, are you able to discern the caliber of the bullet that would have caused the wounds?
No, that is not my role as a forensic pathologist.
Are you able to discern the number of shots that would have taken to cause the 2 wounds that were described to Mrs. Reid and the 4 that were described to Mr. Reid?
Again, sort of. What I mean is there are 2 gunshot wounds to Mrs. Reid's body, and there are what I believe are 4 discrete gunshot wounds to Mr. Reid's body. 2 of those wounds involve re-entry. For the one that goes through the left arm and then into the chest, I think it is virtually impossible that it's not a single bullet that does that. I'm quite confident in that. For the one that goes through the left shoulder and then into the head, it is absolutely my best professional opinion that it is a single projectile that is responsible for that constellation of injury, but it is not completely impossible that that is in fact 2 discrete gunshot wounds. To be clear, that is not my opinion. I think Mr. Reid was shot 4 discrete times. And so if you just add those 2 up, we're talking about 6. But it's my job as a forensic pathologist to consider all sorts of different possibilities. It is not impossible for a single bullet to have struck both of these victims. I do not have a way to discern their precise positions with respect to the gun, with respect to each other at the time their injuries were sustained. And so it is plausible that one bullet could have caused injury to both individuals. So in that sense, I think we're talking about an absolute minimum of 5 and a maximum of 7. But my best opinion is probably 6.
Thank you, Doctor. Just with respect to this last exhibit that's still on the screen, as with the bullet, is this basically a piece of evidence that you would have also turned over to the police for further processing?
Yes.
I guess in conclusion, what is your formal opinion as to the cause and manner of death Mr. and Mrs. Reid.
For both Mr. and Mrs. Reid, the specific cause of death phrase that I used was multiple gunshot wounds. And for both individuals, my opinion on manner of death is homicide.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, just a housekeeping thing. I don't think formally Exhibit 98 was moved in as a full exhibit. Any objection to 98? It's just one being shown to the jury right now, being marked as full exhibit.
Apologize.
Okay, 98 is also a full exhibit. Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon again, ma'am.
You remember me? You and I had a formal conversation quite a while back.
From the deposition, you mean?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So, during the course of the deposition, and so the jury understands, it's a way for me to ask you questions to try and understand what it was that went into the autopsy and the report, right?
Right.
And during the course of the deposition, do you recall doing a chart for me with different colors of the approximate path of each of the bullets?
Yes, and I remember, my memory was refreshed as I was reviewing the deposition transcript in preparation for today.
Okay. And I'm going to show you a copy of that color-coded chart that you did for the entry and exit wounds on Mr. Reid. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And is that the chart that you drew for me during the deposition?
Yes.
I'd like to enter this now as an exhibit, Your Honor. It has not been marked.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
We just need to give that, let me see where are we? This 1159? 1159? Oh, 1160, okay.
Thank you.
1160 is a full exhibit.
Can't talk until she's done. Okay, I'm going to ask you some questions about all the wounds, but when it comes to the order of wounds, I'm going to refer to the different codings that you have marked, color coding, sorry, on this chart, okay? Because
Okay.
each of the wounds on this chart, you've tracked right to left the path of the bullet as well as the entry and exit, right?
Right.
And if I may publish so
Of
that
course,
they see
absolutely.
what I'm talking about.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, I don't have a big one. Okay, so I'm sure nobody at a glance understands what's on this chart, so we're gonna unpack it. But first, for the autopsy of Mrs. Reid, one of the things that you do is, do you have the clothes removed or do you remove them?
Me with my assistant.
Okay, so first you weigh the body with clothes on,
Yes.
and then you remove the clothes and you check the clothes, right?
To some extent, yes.
Okay. One of the things that you're looking for might be defects on the clothes that match a location of a bullet wound.
Yes.
And, but you don't actually do any microscopic examination of the clothes.
No, I do not.
So you don't check to see if there might be stippling on the clothes.
No, I do not do that.
But you preserve the clothes in as good or best position that you can, so that you haven't altered the evidence in any way.
Correct. We try very hard to get the clothing off in a way to preserve evidence.
And you use gloves so that you don't transfer any sort of evidence from you or your assistant onto a body that you're conducting an autopsy on. Or
Correct.
clothes.
That's correct.
So Mrs. Reid was 179 pounds as she came in, and I noticed, by the way, that you're looking at your autopsy, which does not bother me, but you have to announce when you have to check.
Okay.
Just so that we know when you're doing that. It's totally fine, but I agree.
Yes, I'm going to refer to my autopsy report and, based on your question, I think my notes as well to confirm the accuracy of what you're saying.
Okay.
So yes, that is correct. As received, Mrs. Reid's weight was 179 pounds.
And then when the clothing was removed, she was 167?
Correct.
And so that difference in weight might be clothing, it might be condition of clothing if it's damp, things like that, right?
Yes, often a discrepancy of that much is due to wet clothes.
Okay. And were the clothes wet?
I honestly don't remember, and I don't have it in my notes, so I don't want to, I don't remember.
But that was a significant difference of weight. So due to clothes and maybe some dampness or moisture in the clothes.
In all likelihood, yes.
Okay. And then Mr. Reid was 159 pounds before you removed any clothing, and 143 once you did.
Again, I'm now going to refer to the file for Mr. Reid to confirm that. But yes, those numbers are correct.
And Mr. Reid was 68 inches, which equals
5'8".
5'8", and Mrs. Reid was 64 inches, which is,
5'4".
I'm letting you check to confirm.
Yes, in imperial units, those are correct measurements.
Okay, so she's about 4 inches shorter than Mr., did I get the numbers right? Yeah, 4 inches shorter than Mr. Reid.
I agree.
Okay. The injuries, the gunshot wounds to both of them were fatal,
Yes.
and they were fatal pretty quickly.
Yes.
I think I asked you, I think that you had said that it was seconds to minutes before they were dead.
That would be, yes, my best estimate. And there's a difference between, right, incapacitation and when the patient is technically deceased.
And they were probably incapacitated very quickly.
Yes, both victims have gunshot wounds to the head with injury to the brain. Such injuries often, not always, but often are virtually immediately incapacitating.
Okay. One of the other early things that you do in the autopsy is to collect evidence from the outside of the body.
I mean, in some cases, I guess I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Fingernail clippings.
Oh, yes, in some cases. These are discussions that are generally held by myself and attending law enforcement officers. We very much err on the side of if this might even possibly have evidentiary value at some point in the future, do it.
And DNA?
In what sense?
Did you collect the blood card for the DNA?
You mean the blood card standard?
Uh-huh.
Yes, that gets created and turned over to law enforcement as part of the evidence. That's drops of blood on a filter paper so that laboratories have the DNA profile for the individuals that were autopsied.
Can't see through these, so I guess you wouldn't know what's inside of these envelopes from your notes, right?
I mean, I know what should be in there and that kind of thing.
Okay, well, anyway, you collect evidence of their DNA to be able to pass on to the police to have tested in whatever manner they see fit.
Yes, that's the general idea.
Okay. And then you do the outer examination of the body,
Correct.
and that's when you make notation of the appearance of the body from the outside.
Correct.
And you talked about abrasions. That's about the time that you are making observations about abrasions.
Yes,
Right.
we talked about Mr. Reid's abrasions thus far.
Mrs. Reid had some abrasions as well, right?
I don't think I'd phrase it in the plural. I believe it was just a single one on Mrs. Reid, but yes, Mrs. Reid had an abrasion to her back
Okay.
as well.
I guess I think of just a scrape, but where on the back was Mrs. Reid's abrasion?
On the right side of the lower back.
Right side of lower back?
Yeah, a little bit higher than where your hand is right now, but maybe a little higher, but that general ballpark.
Okay.
Yes.
And that was post-mortem, meaning that occurred after death?
You're asking me, do I believe that abrasion was... Yes, the appearance of the abrasion on Mrs. Reid's back had that similar yellowish dry appearance that we saw earlier during Mr. Reid's exam. And yes, my opinion is that that abrasion was probably post-mortem as well.
Okay, and Mr. Reid had abrasions on his back?
He had some abrasions on his back and some on the front as well.
Okay. So the abrasions on the back were?
For Mr. Reid?
Yeah.
Right side, it was a larger area, but central to lower back. Basically, mid-back to just above the buttocks.
Okay, and then on the front?
On the front, it was mostly lower left costal margin, so the rib cage, the lower portion of the left side of the rib cage, and then there was a smaller one on the right side of the rib cage as well.
Okay. And did you discern whether or not any of them could have been from being dragged?
I'd respectfully disagree with the verb choice. It's not my place to discern. I'm not trying to sound disrespectful. These are post-mortem appearing abrasions on Mr. Reid's front and back.
So it's something coming in contact with his skin after death?
Yes, it is my job to offer opinions and some answers. I don't think I can specifically, precisely say that they must be from dragging, but as I answered earlier, these findings, these injuries are certainly consistent with such a scenario. And that's all I mean to convey with my answer.
Okay. And around wrists and ankles, you did not discern any sort of injury that would necessarily be indicative of dragging, grabbing in those areas and pulling the body weight, but you wouldn't necessarily see that.
Yes, that statement as phrased, I would very much agree with.
Okay. And I want to talk about lividity.
Okay.
Could you tell the jury what lividity is?
Yes, lividity or livor mortis is the postmortem settling of blood after an individual dies. Once we die, we no longer have a heartbeat, and physical forces take over. Blood will start to pool simply based on gravity. So the pattern of that pooling of blood, or lividity, can, in some cases, provide information about the positioning of a body when found. It can sometimes help provide information about if a body may have been moved, if there's a lividity pattern that's inconsistent with the position in which the body is found. So that's what lividity is.
And what were your observations on livor mortis with Mrs. Reid?
So again, I'm referring to my autopsy report. For Mrs. Reid, I describe her lividity as being over the anterior surfaces of the body. So that basically means the front of the body, the chest, the belly.
Okay. So chest and belly. And then it's not like a consistent color where there's lividity.
No, not necessarily.
And certainly where portions of a body are having contact with something, it has a different appearance, even though it may be the lower portion of the body.
Yes, you're referring to a phenomenon we call contact pallor. It's exactly what it sounds like. If the body is pressed against the ground, you see paleness in that area rather than lividity.
Okay, so when the jury is looking at some of those pictures, there are red marks in there that are not necessarily abrasions, they may be the lividity.
Yes, that's certainly possible.
So they have to rely on your description of where the abrasions were, less than the pictures that show a lot of red color.
I mean, I don't want to tell the jury what to do. That is part of what I do when I'm performing my exam. And as a forensic pathologist, I generally can differentiate an abrasion from lividity.
Okay, and I think that you testified that you saw consistent lividity consistent with Mrs. Reid being on the anterior of her body.
Correct.
Which would be consistent with being face down for a period of time after she died.
Yes, long enough for the lividity to develop and set.
So let's talk about that timing.
Okay.
You said that sometimes lividity tells you something about when or if a body has been moved.
Sometimes it can, yes.
Because over time, lividity will fix, so that if lividity is on the anterior part of the body,
thing has occurred. If the body was face down long enough for the lividity to fix, and then the body was moved and placed on the back, the lividity on the front of the body would remain. And this is the kind of thing that people in my world are trained for. And if we see a body found on the back with overt lividity on the front of the body, that's a bit of a, hey, this isn't right. Let's look into this further. And oftentimes there's a benign explanation, like if somebody's found, for example, face down next to their bed, it's a very common and natural reaction that somebody's going to turn them over to check on them. And that's often what it is in benign cases, but that inconsistency, that's what we're looking for as death investigators.
okay. And then there is another phenomenon before lividity gets fixed, where lividity can start in one area of the body, and over time, if that body is moved to a different position, the lividity can remain where it started, as well as move to where the body ended up.
Yes, that can happen in some cases.
Okay, and then there is, if the body hasn't been moved at all, sorry, starting over. When a person dies, they can be moved right away, and if it hasn't gotten to that time period where it starts to fix on one thing and moves to a different position, or if it's fixed altogether, that you couldn't tell.
You mean the initial position the body was in? That's correct. I'd have no way to discern that.
Okay, so let's talk about the timing between those types of things and when they happen.
Okay.
The lividity can move without you being able to discern anything about positioning within a couple of hours.
You're saying how long before the lividity starts to develop? Generally a few hours, yes.
Okay. And then after a few hours, it is fixed. I think about 6.
Yeah, I'd have to look. I'm trying to think the exact kind of textbook. Now, I mean, I think a few important caveats. One is there are textbook answers, but real life is often not necessarily the textbook. I think 6 to 8 is the ballpark, at which point lividity starts to fix.
Okay.
But again, that's also making certain assumptions about temperature and ambient conditions, things like that, which may or may not be the case in a particular incident.
Okay. So let's talk about this. Did you see any sign that in the lividity that Mrs. Reid's position had changed, in the lividity only?
I did not see a secondary pattern of lividity on Mrs. Reid's body, no.
And the same with Mr. Reid?
Refer back to my notes for him. No, I don't have any indication of a secondary lividity pattern for Mr. Reid either.
Meaning that they probably ended up at their recovery site within at least within a couple of hours after death.
I don't know if it's my place to comment on that. I think what I can say is whatever position they ended up in, they presumably had to have gotten there relatively soon after their death, within no more than a few hours. Otherwise, there may have been a secondary lividity pattern to have been seen.
Okay. And you did not see a secondary lividity pattern in either of them?
No, although I do think it is worth emphasizing that Mrs. Reid was a pretty dark-skinned woman, and in darker-skinned individuals, lividity can be more difficult to pick up. I mean, it just is. You know, I've spent my career working with different ethnicity populations, and folks that have darker skin, the lividity is just tougher to see. It's the human eye.
Okay. So you can't entirely rule out a secondary lividity site, but the lividity that you observed was on her stomach?
Correct.
Or
anterior.
And if she was found face down upon recovery, is that consistent with, was her lividity consistent with that position?
Yes.
And meaning, okay, not meaning. Mr. Reid, his lividity was on his posterior?
Correct.
And if he was found at the recovery site face up, the lividity is consistent with him being there at some point after death?
Yes, that's correct.
Within hours of death?
Again, fast enough that I did not see a secondary lividity pattern.
Okay. So now I want to look at the gunshot wounds, and I don't have a big chart, sorry, so I'll do what I. So we will talk about Mrs. Reid's gunshot wound.
Okay.
And to understand, you have to go through these kind of details, right?
Yes.
Trajectory
Oh.
and all that stuff, right?
Yes.
So, I believe that you said the, two shots to her head were from right to left.
Correct.
And one of the things that you can also do in looking at entry wounds is sometimes tell if the entry was at an angle, right?
I mean, to some extent. So when I describe a wound path, I describe it in all three axes: left, right, up, down, front, back. So information about the angle is obtained from the wound path as well as some of the features of the entry wound.
And one of the ways that the entry wound can give some clues is if there's a sharp angle into the entry, there might be an abrasion where more of the bullet is touching the skin before it enters a body.
Yes, you're referring to something that we term marginal abrasion.
And so that can give you some information about the position of perhaps the muzzle to the body.
Well, no, not really the position of the muzzle to the body. I mean, if you're talking about distance, no. The marginal abrasion doesn't speak to the distance. Marginal abrasion and the wound path can provide information about the angle that the bullet traveled in the body.
So that the angle, unless there's a secondary entry, what do you call it?
Re-entry?
No. When something's in between.
Oh, intermediary target.
Unless there's an intermediary target, if the angle is, if a bullet goes in at an angle, you could sort of follow the angle back to figure the direction of the muzzle to the wound.
I mean, yes, generally speaking, right? Bullets travel straight in the absence of an intermediary target. And, you know, they don't curve or do magical things. Bullets travel straight, and so potentially that information could be used. But I think the point to emphasize is it also requires certain assumptions. So to be clear, I can't definitively say the position of the individuals at the time they're struck either. I can't tell the position of body parts at the time they are struck, at least not precisely and not perhaps to the level of detail that a court may want. So all of these questions can start to get fairly complex fairly quickly.
Okay, I'm talking general, and these are actually clues that you look for, and if you see them, you write them down, like the marginal
Yes,
abrasion.
marginal abrasion is part of a gunshot wounds description.
And in Mrs. Reid, did you note any marginal abrasions in the entry wounds?
Yes. So for the first, for gunshot wound that we've been talking about as number one, the one that's slightly more forward and the one that does the more damage, there is a almost 2 centimeter wide marginal abrasion towards anteriorly, so going towards the front of Mrs. Reid's body.
And there's sort of one wound on top of the other. Are you talking about the top entry or the one entry wound underneath it?
wound 1 is higher up. It's more towards the front, and it's higher on the body.
And which has the marginal abrasion?
Wound 1 does. I haven't commented on wound 2. Wound 2 does have a marginal abrasion, but it's circumferential. There's no angle to it, so it's the same width the whole way around. Whereas wound 1 has the asymmetric or eccentric marginal abrasion.
Okay, so the pattern is from right and to left up a little bit on wound number 1?
I need to check my notes on that. It's fairly flat.
Okay, so a little bit of an angle, but not very much.
Well, there's a bit of an angle towards the back of the head, but there's very little up-down deviation between where wound 1 enters and where the core of the bullet is recovered from.
Okay, so very little up and down, sort of straight through, like a straight entry?
Well, no. I mean, I guess if you want me to point,
Yeah.
it's more like enter and bullet recovered more towards the back of the head, the occiput. So that's what I mean by it's fairly flat. It doesn't go up or down very much. It's right to left, but it is backward. So from a more frontward position towards a more backward position.
Okay, and then the one below that went through her neck also on the right side,
Correct?
and also right to left.
Correct?
And was it the same path?
Pretty similar, yes.
Okay. So, does that tell you anything about any sort of change in position of Mrs. Reid or the shooter or the gun between the two shots?
Well, I mean, I would have to make an assumption that they occur very close in time. If I make that assumption, it suggests that they occur in pretty rapid succession because there isn't a ton of change between the two gunshot wounds. Their entries are fairly close. They have similar wound paths. One of them is a little bit more forward, and so it goes into the head and causes major damage. But again, that is an assumption that they occur close in time that I can neither confirm nor refute based on my examination alone.
Okay. So then the wound to the neck went in on the right side of the neck and exited on the left side of the neck.
Correct.
And also right to left.
Correct.
And Mrs. Reid is about, would there be some change in the path of the bullet by passing through the body?
In what way are you asking the question? I'm sorry. I'm not.
Angle, velocity, does the passing through the body when there is no bony structure, will that change the path of the bullet at all?
Generally, it shouldn't change the path very much when a bullet passes through soft tissue only. There would certainly be a loss of velocity and a loss of kinetic energy to some extent, but without hitting a bony structure, the actual angle, I would not expect much deviation from passing through soft tissue only.
Okay. And Mr. Reid is 4 inches taller than Mrs. Reid.
64. Correct?
And-
Yes.
And he had I said I was going to do it in the order of the chart, but I start out wrong. He had a bullet wound on the left side of his shoulder.
Not so much the left side of his shoulder, it's really the very top of his left shoulder.
Sorry, left shoulder is
But
really
correct, yes, it's the left shoulder. Yes, ma'am.
And from that bullet wound, it went into his head.
Yes, that is my opinion.
And I think you're qualifying it, that is my opinion, because it's possible his head was forward and it could be two different bullets, but you believe that it was just one bullet that caused both of those wounds.
Yes, it's certainly my role as a forensic pathologist to admit that it is possible, but based on my exam, based on looking at the wounds, when I was in the autopsy suite, you know, looking at the precise wound path, using those probes to see exactly how things line up, my opinion is that the injury to the left shoulder and to the head is from a single bullet, a single gunshot wound.
Okay. And so let me go with the order of wounds as you've done on the chart that will be going back to the jury. You have marked as number 1 in sort of a burnt sienna color on the chart. I'll give you the chart if you'd like to confirm the color. An entry wound into the back of the left hand
Wrist.
And the exit wound out the other side.
Correct.
And that's probably too small of a distance. Oh, actually it hit the bone there, didn't it?
It does. This injures the radius. Correct.
So that can change the angle.
Correct.
And it can fragment the bullet.
Yes.
And did you see any marginal abrasion there to give any indication of whether that was an angled shot or not?
There was some marginal abrasion around this one. There was some angling. I think the other thing that's important to emphasize with extremity shots is it is very difficult, if not impossible, to know exactly what the position of that extremity was at the time the wound was sustained. So this diagram, this chart, is something that we call the standard anatomic position. It's how we describe wounds in North America as a matter of convention, but I don't know what position Mr. Reid's left upper extremity was in at the time that gunshot wound was sustained.
Sure. So which area was the marginal abrasion in?
Well, it was around the 3 to 6 o'clock position is the convention, so the part of the wound closer to the hand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
3 to 6, so.
Yeah, the top is 12 o'clock by convention, so.
So a little bit of an angle, but if the hand is up here, or the hand is down here, or the hand is like that, the angle might remain the same, but you can't tell a thing about where the hand is.
That is correct.
Okay. And that was the left hand. Then, what did I mark as 3?
3 is purple, I think.
3 is purple. And, right, okay, so let's talk about 3.
Okay.
3 is the one that you believe was re-entry?
Well, so 3 first goes through the upper left arm, kind of in the left side of the arm, out basically the upper armpit on the arm side, re-enters the chest on the upper armpit chest side, passes through the chest. That's what this line on the diagram, I mean, right, this is a 2D diagram trying to depict a 3D phenomenon, and I am not remotely artistic, so please, my apologies. This is meant to be demonstrative, not disrespectful. And then that bullet exited on the right side of Mr. Reid's back.
Okay, so it exited somewhere around here?
That's the ballpark, a little higher,
A little higher there, okay.
but yes, that's the right general ballpark.
So it entered the arm, on the shoulder, lower,
Upper arm, low shoulder,
okay.
yes.
Went through and exited and re-entered along the side
Correct?
and continued traveling to exit in the upper back.
Yes.
Again, that was left to right.
Yes. As well as, in this case, front to back.
Because it entered in the front part of the chest area but exited out the back.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
An angle to that, or was it pretty much a straight path?
Let me check my measurements. 32. Now this one goes down a bit. There's about 10 centimeters or 3 inches of downward deviation between where it enters the chest and where it exits the back.
Okay, and is there a marginal abrasion on that entry wound?
Yes, there was a concentric, which means, that's my description for it's the same all the way around, of 3 millimeters. So not really angled.
Okay. And again, that can tell you something about the bullet entering the body, but it can't tell you anything about the body position at the time that the bullet enters, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then the next injury, bullet wound,
Wound 4, you mean, ma'am?
please.
So wound 4, I mean, which aspect of it are you interested in?
Describe it first, and then I'll ask some questions.
Okay. So that one enters on the central back region. Again, there is a concentric marginal abrasion, 2 millimeters this time, but same, so not much angle on the marginal abrasion, but the wound nonetheless goes from the center back out through the left side of the chest, injuring significant anatomic structures, causing bleeding in the chest, that kind of thing, before exiting the body.
So what direction is that?
So it's back to front, as well as right to left.
Okay.
Back to front and right to left.
Back to front, right to left, so if it's in the center of the back-ish, and exits,
A little bit to the left of the left nipple.
okay. All right. That's a different path than the other 3, correct?
I mean, it's the only one that enters posteriorly, yes.
And
Well, other than the wrist, but we talked about why that you have to take with a grain of salt.
and it's moving from a right to leftish path rather than left to right.
Right to left. 4. Correct.
And that might suggest a change of position between receiving the wounds.
Yes, that's not uncommon with multiple gunshot wound cases, right? Shootings are not static events. They don't occur in a single instantaneous moment in time. Victims move, whether of their own volition as they're trying to defend themselves or avert getting shot, or they can be physically moved by the energy of a gunshot wound itself. And that's saying nothing of potential movement by the shooter. So yes, it's not uncommon for me to see multiple gunshot wound cases where the entry wounds are in various parts of the body.
Okay. And here, with 3 wounds going left to right and one having more of a right to left path, that's a pretty clear indication of either movement of the shooter with the gun or movement of the body.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. And then on distance, you said is measured not from the shooter to the victim, it is measured from the end of the gun.
Yes, that's the only thing I can comment on, right? I obviously can't tell if if a shooter is holding a gun close to their body or further out. So what I can offer evidence on is the distance between the tip of a weapon and the skin surface on a victim.
Not a gun, but I'm not going to point at the gun. So a gun could have been as close as here to the wood-ish, about 3 feet.
I mean, I don't have a measuring tape, but that seems to be in the 3-foot-ish ballpark to my eye.
Could
Yes.
have been farther away.
Yes, I'll say again, I have no way to distinguish between 4 feet, 14 feet, 24 feet, etc. Once you get beyond that evidence of close range firing for the kinds of gunshot wounds we're talking about, there's no distinguishing.
Okay, so as close as 3 feet-ish and farther away you can't tell.
Yes, I mean, I guess I would stand by my earlier statement, which is I see no evidence of close range firing on the entry wounds, the initial entry wounds for either Mr. or Mrs. Reid.
Okay. And you said that you couldn't determine caliber of bullet that you located in the body.
Yes, I'm not a ballistics expert.
Right. But you did save, we saw the pictures, you did save the bullets from the body, or the fragments that you were able to recover, right?
Which patient are we talking about, ma'am?
Well, I will start with Mrs. Reid.
Well, for Mrs. Reid, it was pretty much the core mass of the bullet, because there was no exit wound. So, I mean, there may have been very tiny little fragments that are just kind of impossible to recover, but the jacket and the core were recovered.
Okay. Do you recognize what's in here?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
May I take a look, just to verify? Yeah, that is the bullet that I recovered during the exam from Mrs. Reid's head.
Okay, and this is exhibit 1018 for ID. I'd like to move for it as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
1018 is a full exhibit.
Does anything in the entry wound tell you the caliber of bullet?
No. My training as a forensic pathologist and my practice is that commenting on bullet caliber from an entry wound is bad practice. It's just, you don't do it. I can get some rough idea of whether I'm dealing with a really small bullet, such as a .22, versus a larger bullet, but to be precise as to bullet caliber, I can't do it. It's not, in my opinion, doable. And that's why you recover the projectile and send it to a crime lab for analysis.
So you can't tell if the wounds on Mr. Reid were caused by the same caliber of bullet as Mrs. Reid?
No, I have no opinion on that question.
You can't tell if the same gun that shot the bullets that caused the injury on Mr. Reid shot the bullets that caused the injury on Mrs. Reid?
No, I cannot.
You can't tell the position of the Reids at the time that they were shot?
Certainly not precisely. There's some things I can offer opinions about, but not in any great detail, no.
Were they standing?
Were they standing? I don't think I can say. I think they could have been, but I can think of scenarios where they wouldn't necessarily had to have been standing. No.
Okay. So that's beyond what you do. I don't mean to ask anything beyond an opinion that you're comfortable with.
I mean, you ask, and I'll tell you if I can offer an informed, reasonable opinion. In this case, I don't believe there is evidence that allows me to offer a professional, scientifically based answer to the positioning of Mr. and Mrs. Reid when they sustained the gunshot wounds.
Okay. Likewise, you can't determine the position of the shooter?
Again, certainly not to any precise level of detail. I can say certain things, right, because we've talked about how bullets travel straight, and I know where entry wounds are and things like that, but not to the level of detail that I think you're alluding to, no.
Okay. You went to the crime scene in this case, right?
Yes, I did.
And what was the day that you did the autopsy?
Check my notes. I did the autopsies on April 22, 2022.
And that was a couple of days after their deaths, right?
Well, the date we believe to be their deaths. It was the day after their bodies were discovered.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you went back to the scene, that was about a month later.
That sounds about right, yes.
And you were actually taken down to the recovery site?
I was.
So you were able to see where the bodies were and people were describing to you the positions that they were in?
Yes.
And when you came back from the recovery site to Marsh Loop Trail, one of the people in the party there walked around a tree and made an exclamation of sorts, right?
You're asking now my recollection of those events, more fact-type stuff than...
Without saying what anybody said, was there a reaction when somebody went around the big tree that other people started paying attention to right off that trail?
I don't remember exactly what happened, but yes, I remember other members of the party seemed to be reacting to something.
Okay. And did you remain?
Very briefly, but that was towards the end of my part. I'd seen what I was there to see, and so I left very soon after the reaction moment.
Okay. If I may.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yes, sir. Just
Can I
wanted,
mark
he was
it?
handing me the exhibit.
Okay. And with this exhibit, there's actually two stickers on it. One says Deposition Exhibit G, and the other is blue and has a number 1160, right?
Yes.
And the first is when you were with me at the deposition, right?
I think so.
Okay. And, okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Have I struck it? Yes. I
Yes,
have.
it's a full exhibit. Let me ask, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so I just wanted to ask that because I wanted to know whether how we're going to go with resuming testimony on Tuesday. So, Doctor, would you like Dr. Warrenberg subject to recall, or can he be excused?
I believe he can be excused.
That's fine with the state, Your Honor.
Thank you. Counselor, you're free to go.
Yes, sir.
Members of the jury, just hold on a minute. I just want to talk with counsel about one, kind of the scheduling of what will be next Tuesday, because we do have a 3-day weekend coming up. We will not have court on Columbus Day. So if council would approach. No, I know. I'm gonna talk, this is what I'm about to talk about. So, just for Tuesday's planning purposes, any reason why we can't start at 9 o'clock